if you want.
Right, it's 7 p.m. Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Policy and Resources Committee. First of all, I'd like to do some quick introductions. There's quite a lot of members of the public here. So, my name is Councillor Nadeem Ahmed. I'm leader of the council and will be chairing tonight's meeting.
I'm Rose Rouse, the Chief Executive.
I'm Richard Gibson, Chief Finance Officer. I'm Graham Cable, Interim Chief Finance Officer.
David Coburn-Price.
Sarah Coburn-Price, Councillor for Barnoldswick and Fulbridge.
I'm Karen Howard for the Martin and South Midland Ward.
Mike Gothel, Damien Coastal.
Dorothy Lord, Borstown Ward, Colin.
But not a member of the committee. But she might vote later on, Chairman. David Witt, and I'm a member for Evie and Coates.
Councillor Fraswell for the Walden and Whitefield Ward.
Councillor Zafar Ali for Bradford East and Clover Hill.
Councillor Mohammed Iqbal, Bradley Ward.
Councillor Tom Witt, Councillor for Barnoldswick Ward, but not a member of this committee.
Hi, I'm Neil Watson. I'm Pendle's Planning and Economic Development Manager.
I'm John Holt. I'm the Principal Planning Officer in the Policy Department, responsible for the local plan.
I'm Philip Molstein. I'm the Council's Corporate Director.
Can I please request people put their mobile phones put on silent, just for information for members of the public. The recording that's been taking place is not an official Pendle Council recording. Okay? I don't think there's any apologies tonight. Okay. Any declarations of interest? Item 1. Members? I will be declaring a personal and prejudicial interest on item 20A, land adjoining New Scotland Road, Nelson. One of the people involved in that business or joining property is a good friend of mine. So I feel it's right that I leave the room when that decision is taken. Okay. Next item we have is item 2, public question time. This is to take questions from members of the public on items which are not on the agenda. No? Okay, thank you. Item 3 is minutes of the last meeting. I'll move the minutes. Thank you. Next, before I go further, we've got a list of speakers. I just want to go through the list to make sure everyone who's put their name down is here this evening. So I have on item 4B, Ryan Sumner. Present? Yes, thank you. Georgie Mitchell. Thank you. Mrs. Heaps.
Yes.
Thank you. Paulie Barlow. Yeah. Geordie Taylor.
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins.
Yes.
Hiram Ramzan.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 4D, Ian Swain.
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 6, Emma Hartley.
Yes.
Robert Oliver.
Yes.
Caroline Spencer Palmer.
Yes.
Suzanne Knight.
Yes.
Thank you. And then Pauline Shaw.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So all the speakers are present. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay with members, is rejig the items. So we'll deal with the planning applications first, and then we'll deal with the Pendle Local Plan Part 2, and then the tree planting on Windstone Crescent. That's okay. So the first planning application is the application in Nelson, Headfield Road, Nelson. Bring in Neil, see if there's any comments from Neil on this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an issue that I think the committee has visited before, and it's an issue regarding how we deal with applications for retail development outside of the approved town centre. Chairman, there's a requirement nationally and locally to have sequential testing and for retail developments to be located within the town centre if possible. Chairman, with this application, it's for a portable cabin which will involve retail sales, and it is located outside, adjoining, but outside of the town centre. Chairman, as we know, within Nelson there are quite a number of empty retail units which this business could fit into. So Chairman, it's an issue referred to this committee because it's a clear departure from policy allowing retail development immediately but outside of town centre when there are sequentially preferable sites in the town centre. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for bringing councillors to speak on this. Anybody want to speak? Sarah?
We've had several of these applications over the last few years, and what is clear is that quite often, if you look at the individual site, there are quite often mitigating factors that would make you think, oh, it's really close and so on. But I feel, especially in Nelson, with the £25 million town deal, which is to do with the vitality of the town centre and making that town centre successful and functional, then I think it's even more important that these rules are here for a reason, and this is one of those. So I would recommend that I would make a motion that we refuse this, based on the fact that we need to really stick to those rules to protect the town centre.
Councillor Iqbal?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Just need to correct Councillor Coburn-Price. The £25 million isn't for the town centre. Her colleague down in Whitehall rejected that bid on Boxing Day last year. The £25 million is actually for the whole of Nelson Town, which is more than the town centre. But in terms of this particular application, it was discussed at the Nelson and Brighfield Area Committee, and as Neil has said, this is adjoining, literally, well, most people in Nelson or Pendle would not see it outside the town centre because it's literally within the town centre remit as far as most people are concerned. Well, currently it's a disused car park, and I think the applicant, by proposing what they are proposing, will actually bring that derelict site back into use with something meaningful, something that will complement the town centre in my opinion. And I would move that we approve the application. This committee only, I think, last month or the month before approved something similar well away from the town centre. So I think, Chairman, you set a precedent, and I know Neil will say that there's no such thing as a precedent for planning applications. It's each case on its merit, but I would urge the committee to support the application.
Councillor Arnold?
Yeah, just to follow up on what Councillor Iqbal just said as well, with regards to the porta cabin, there's a lot of these things that are going on around the whole country now, and obviously this is something that was being probably on around the world. You know, the Brandy Hall Road planning application that got approved is a very similar type of design, and I think it's a great opportunity to have a derelict site to be rebuilt again and to be used for a good purpose. And within the town centre as well, it's literally a stone throw away from the town centre, and it's just literally behind the railway line. So I would consider that with it being within the boundaries of the town centre.
Councillor Witt?
Thank you, Chairman. Later on the agenda, we're considering the local plan, which, you know, that's about 30 millimetres thick. It's not the entirety of the documentation. Essentially, those are the policies which govern the planning decisions that Pendle Council takes. And we might as well just sort of get hold of these, lift them up if we can, and not bother with it, because if we keep on going against the policies with decisions that are being taken by this body, what's the point in having the policy in the first place? Planning is supposed to be policy driven, and we just seem to be taking decisions on a sort of ad hoc basis and going against policies at times. So I do support, you know, let's stick to the policy, because without the policies we don't have the protection. And it's not only Nelson, we don't have the protection for other town centres as well. And looking at a wider basis, you know, that potentially poses a threat to the vitality elsewhere in the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Witt. Any other speakers? No. So we've got one secretary remove something, but as a second, I think we can just take a straight vote for and against, if that's okay. Councillor Iqbal's motion's been moved and seconded. So if that's okay with you, Sarah, it's going to be straight vote. Yes, for and against. So all those in favour of approving this application, please show. Against? So that is rejected. Okay, the next item is item 4B, Greenhead Lane in Brighfield. Neil, please, is there an update on this one?
Yes, Chairman, I'll just do the update. There's been some discussions and further correspondence with the Health and Safety Executive, and they have withdrawn their objection to the development in terms of the proximity to the high pressure gas main. So the third reason for refusal is withdrawn, Chairman. Thank you.
So in terms of the update, your recommendation is still the same?
Chairman, it is the same. Chair, I would just also point out to members there was an appeal that you need to be aware of on the site in 2012 where an inspector, paragraph 17, said it wasn't a sustainable location. So you have an inspector's view on this already there, and rejected a car park at appeal for being inappropriate developments in the Greenbelt. So you need to be aware that there is some case history that might point you in the direction of your considerations. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Neil, just a question from me, please, before opening up to the members, is in terms of the site being on the green belt, in certain exceptional circumstances development is allowed. Does this fall into one of them exceptions?
No, Chairman, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Got speakers on it.
Sorry?
Got speakers on it.
Apologies. Yes, we do. Yeah. Yes. I'll bring in the speakers on this. So first speaker, Brian Sumner. So we've got 5 minutes each, please. And I'll request there's quite a number of speakers. If the point's already been made, if the subsequent speaker tries to leave that out of their comments, please. Thank you.
Can I go just clarify, Chair? 5 minutes each, is that myself plus everybody else, or is it 5 minutes for myself and the applicant together?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes per speaker.
And the applicant's down as a separate speaker.
Sorry?
It'd normally be an applicant and agent that get 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's just 5 minutes.
In that case, Chairman, I'll use half of my time for myself and the other half for the applicant. Is that acceptable to yourself?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Brian Sumner from Avalon Town Planning in Burnley, and I'm the agent on the application. What I have to say is that the applicant has faced a very adversarial planning system on this application, and I don't feel the officer report and the reasons given to you, although at first glance it might sound fairly solid, stack up to investigation and scrutiny, and I'll explain the reasons why. Firstly, on Greenbelt, what this application is a change of use of existing land and buildings, and that is, contrary to what Mr. Watson has just told you, one of the exceptions set out in your own policies and in government guidance. Or how can it be that if there's no engineering works and building involved, there is detraction from the openness of the Greenbelt? And the answer to that is simply that it doesn't. Unfortunately, the application description has got the word school in it, but anybody that looks at this site will realise it is not a school. What it is a farm where animals have been taken in, fattened up and sold on. What the farm has diversified into is having visitor sessions for people who come and look at the animals, and that supports the farming activity. So therefore, it's not an education use contrary to Greenbelt policy. What it is a change of use, and that is completely permissible under national policy guidance and your own planning policy guidance. And I'd like to make that perfectly clear. In relation to sustainability, the sustainability of the site is not only related to travel by car, and government's guidance makes that perfectly clear. It's related to the 3 sustainable elements, which is economic, social, and whatever the other one is, I forget. But the economic and social ones, this site has an abundance. It's a rural business serving the community, and if you put those together and take a balanced argument, I don't think any reasonable person could come to the conclusion that it's not a sustainable business activity. It is reliant on the car to an extent, but it is only a kilometre out of the main Briarfield location. What it comes down to, Mr. Chairman, is this in my view. This council should take a proactive view and help local businesses and community, and that's exactly what is proposed here. Or it could take a more adversarial view and throw planning obstacles and mountains in the way and prevent local initiatives like this from taking place, and that is quite easy to do if you were so minded. I hope, Chairman, this council is the former of those areas and not the latter. On that basis, I'll introduce the applicant, Ms. Georgie Mitchell, who'd like to make a few comments. Thank you.
Hi, so on the last meeting we did leave it with the talks of the dangerous hazardous gas pipes. Since then I've contacted Cadence, and on 3 separate occasions they've come up and they've inspected and investigated these dangerous gas pipes. To conclude, they've confirmed that they are safe and they've even wished me well in luck with this application. So I'm Georgie, a first generation farmer and mother of 3, previous teacher. And it was apparent that being a first generation farmer and a mother, that there was a huge gap in between farm and education and children. Alongside the farm, which I have major contracts with fattening and rearing billy goats from a dairy farm, alongside the stock elsewhere, I invite children and the parents and adults and parts of the community services to come along and experience everyday farm life and learn all about farming, agriculture and growing their own produce. I feel that I have been misinterpreted with the name farm school. I'm not a school establishment, it's not a business. I'm merely utilising the buildings that have already been given planning permission there a few years back. In this day and age, farm diversification is much needed, as the prices of being a farmer, as being a single mum and a farmer, is quite crippling at times. I simply diversified and saw a need that the children and the community needed something like this, and this is what I've done. Farming is my life, and it's absolutely my children's life as well. And this is something that I have put my heart and soul into. It's not just a business, it's a livelihood, and it's something that is making a massive change to children. Teaching agriculture and inviting them to come and learn about agriculture is something that can put farming on the map, especially British farming, and encourage children and families who might not understand how to get into the farming industry. That we can all do it, and it's enjoyable. I think it's really important at this time to support British farming and get the children involved. In reflection to that, it's a massive, massive impact on children's mental well-being at this moment in time, which I'm sure you'll all agree, after the pandemic, children as young as 14 months are suffering massively with mental well-being problems. All I ask is please that you really do consider your vote on this planning approval. It's my livelihood, and in return I am benefiting the local community so much and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mrs. Heaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering about, I looked at the application, and I'm just wondering, if the gas pipe is a concern, why was the building passed for being developed in the first place on Greenbelt land? I'm sure children playing in the area won't be any problem to the gas pipe, as the building was allowed and it got planning permission in the first place. I was just wondering about that. How was the building passed in the first place if the gas pipe is such an issue now? The gas pipe has always been there, and the building was put right next to it, and there wasn't a problem. And the other thing is, I think where children are concerned, and with what everybody's having to alter and live through now, there's nothing better for them than to be outside, learning about animals, but outside in the fresh air, where everybody knows it's probably the safest place to be in these times. So I'm asking, could you please look on this lenient and help this girl? She needs helping, not knocking back, because I think it's quite a good thing that she's doing. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Carly Barlow.
Hiya. As a farm school mum and a friend of George's for many years, I'd like to say a few words as to why myself and my children think that farm school is so important. The farm school is a firm favourite for both of my daughters, aged 7 and 11, and at the start of the school holidays, this is always the top of their list of places to visit. The Nest Farm School isn't just another farm. It isn't just a place to pet cute animals, and it isn't just a place where children go to enjoy the outdoors. It's all of this and much more. It is a vision that Georgie had, and with hard work, determination and persistence, she has brought this to life for all of us to experience. Both children and parents alike come to farm school to enjoy and to learn, to be inspired and to grow in self-confidence, boosting their well-being and self-esteem in the very best ways. They learn to understand why and how we care for animals, both big and small. This is something that all children should be taught to help encourage a nurturing, empathetic and kind nature, which in turn can develop their relationships with others. Understanding how to grow vegetables and crops. This shows children responsibility, a love of nature, of nutrition, and gives a huge sense of achievement when they get to eat what they have grown. Understanding the outdoors and the great British weather, the impact this has on animal care, and no matter whatever the weather, if you have wellies and a raincoat, you can keep going and you can have fun. And they have the freedom to explore the farm at their own pace, growing in self-confidence and feeling comfortable in their surroundings, knowing that these animals need them too. The confidence that my girls have grown with being at the farm and with the farm animals is incredible. The freedom, responsibility and skills that they develop are ones that they wouldn't get the opportunity to anywhere else, and watching them grow here makes me really proud. It has so much to offer in so many ways. Spending time outdoors with nature and animals has such a huge impact on mental health and well-being, and I was personally very grateful to get back there after being in lockdown for such a long time. Georgie already impacts the community in all that she does in a very positive way, and she will continue to do so in the future. She breaks the stereotypical farmer mould, showing us all that you can do anything you put your mind to, and raising awareness of the farming industry and bringing education outdoors. I do recommend Georgie and her farm to everyone, and all of the ones always come back and tell me how much their children love this place and that they love Georgie too. She has inspired both of my girls, and my youngest daughter now wants to work with animals and wear farmer boots just like Georgie. My eldest daughter is here to say a few words for herself. So if this one place and this one lady can have such a huge impact on so many people in so many ways, why would you take this away? And if you are a parent, I do advise that you visit the farm school for both you and your children to experience and understand how it needs to stay. This is my daughter.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Josie. I am 11 years old and we have been visiting the farm school for over 3 years. I think that it is a good place which helps children learn about animal care and how to be a farmer. Since coming to the farm school, I am not scared of chickens anymore. I enjoy this farm school more than any others because we get to do so many activities. We pet, feed and groom animals, we plant food and we do crafts, and we make new friends who all love animals too. I feel safe at farm school and the animals make me happy. Georgie is helpful and friendly and shows us how to be the best animal carers. Looking after them is so important because they can't look after themselves, they need us. I also really enjoy helping out at the farmers market, showing children how to handle animals properly. It makes me feel proud knowing that I am responsible for helping animals to be cared for correctly. Because we have been visiting the farm school for so long, we have been able to watch newborn animals grow. When the farm school opened after lockdown, we couldn't wait to spend time there. Spending time with animals makes me feel happy and connected to them. This is important to all children and to my own too. We all enjoy being at Georgie's farm. Please help save the farm school. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Next speaker, Mrs. Perkins.
Hello, hi. I'm Lucy and I'm another farm school mum. I go to farm school with my 4-year-old little boy Harry, and we both absolutely love it. It's a magical place, and I'm so pleased to be able to be here to support Georgie today. Farm school has been really beneficial to my little boy. He suffers with a stutter, and throughout lockdown he became very, very shy and lost all his confidence. I think it taught him to be scared of people, not to go near people, and not to talk to people. And as we started opening up, he carried that with him. He'd hide behind my legs, clinging onto my legs, and it was just heartbreaking for a parent to see the effect that lockdown had had on my little boy. But I found that going to farm school has really boosted his confidence. Just spending that time outdoors with the animals where there's so much freedom and there's no rules, and it just fills him with joy. And when I see him running over to Georgie asking for another carrot for the donkey, to me that's just amazing that he's got this confidence from farm school that he's able to go and talk to adults, and that he's so present in the moment that all that matters is getting that other carrot. He's not worrying about anything, he's not feeling shy, he's not frightened, he's just really in the moment having so much joy. And I'm so proud to see how he's progressed and to see that confidence he's gaining in farm school. I can see it in other areas with other adults, and it's wonderful to see him progressing like that, and it's lovely that we have somewhere like farm school to go. It's giving him so much confidence. I've also personally greatly benefited from farm school. I'm currently having therapy with a psychologist to treat PTSD following a critical illness a few years ago. The therapy I have is very intense and stressful, and it's exhausting, and it leaves me exhausted for days afterwards. I really struggle to do much. But I find that going to farm school, it's an escape. It's a sanctuary where I feel at peace, somewhere I feel I can breathe, and it just gives me that headspace where I'm not inside of my own head, and it's a really wonderful place to be, to spending time with the animals, breathing in the country air, seeing the fabulous views of the rolling hills stretching out as far as the eye can see. It's really had a positive impact on my mental health and my recovery, which has been going over a really long period, delayed treatment due to all the lockdowns. But I feel it's had such an impact, and I wish that more children and more adults would be able to go and experience this fabulous place. I wish you could have all gone yourselves to see it, because you really do walk in and just feel the peace, and it's wonderful. And I'm so grateful for what Georgie has created at Farm School. I think she's an inspiration to us all, and I really hope she gets to continue living her dream. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker on this item is Iram Ramzan.
So I think the other mums have covered it quite well, so I hope I'm not too much to add to this. But I'm also a farm school mum. My daughter was born in April 2020, so that was at the height of the lockdown. And for the first year, we didn't get out much. She didn't see much. And then when things started to ease down and I started to look into things I could take her into, a lot of things were still closed. And we came across farm school. And it was the perfect thing for her to start going out and exploring and socialising with other children. So she was allowed to go at her own pace. There was no strict rules. You can just go in there. You know, the first session she clinged to my leg the whole time, and that was okay. And she's made so much progress. She started in the summer, and now she's feeding the animals, she's holding them, playing with other children, which last year didn't seem like it would happen. You know, it really is something different, because I've met mums from Blackpool, from Preston, who are making their way to the farm school, so it's offering something different, which isn't already out there. And I'm also, especially because of the lockdown, I was very conscious that my daughter would just be glued to the screen and want to watch TV and stay indoors. And this has helped her to get out there rather than staying inside all the time and mixing with other children and adults who this time last year she was scared of, she wouldn't go near. And I do believe it's something really unique and special, and it gives the children a chance to fall in love with nature and animals. And some children, you know, if you look at the farms in the local area, it's £10 plus for one visit. It's more affordable, and it's regular, it's every week for them to visit. And I do think that there's so much benefit from the farm school for the children, and everyone I tell about farm school, they want to sign the children up to it. And lastly, before I stop talking, I just wanted to talk about Georgie. You know, she's such an incredible woman who's been relentless in her fight to keep her farm school open. She has such an infectious passion for the farm school that she makes us all excited about the veg she's got out today, or the new little animals she's got on the farm. And that passes, if it's affecting us as adults, it's going to affect the children as well. And she is a credit, farm school and Georgie, they are a credit to the community. It's bringing people, you know, to the farm school from Blackpool, from Preston, and she's enriched our children with skills and experiences that they won't get in the classroom. And it has been a privilege to speak on her behalf today, and I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all farm school parents when I say that she's really benefited us and our children, especially through this difficult time in lockdown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I thank all the speakers who've contributed to this discussion, and especially young Josie Taylor spoke eloquently and confidently. Well done. Now I'll bring in Neil, Planning Manager.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to just go through a couple of the issues, not in terms of the planning balance for you, but just to clarify some of the points that have been made. Chairman, Mr Sumner passionately, I think, talked about planning obstacles being in the way. Well, planning obstacles are planning policies, and planning policies are there for various reasons. Different policies apply in different locations for things. Here you have Greenbelt, and Greenbelt is protected locally and nationally. And the way that that's protected is that the government set out, and it's in our local plan, developments that if they are inappropriate, they are automatically harmful to Greenbelt. That is how the national system works. If they are harmful to Greenbelt because they are inappropriate developments, then the test is, and Mr Sumner also referred to the social, environmental and economic balance, it's not the normal balance. The test is that there have to be very special circumstances in order to allow that. So that's your discussion, I think, whether it's appropriate development or inappropriate, and whether there are very special circumstances. I've not read in the background literature here that very special circumstances are being advocated. It's not been mentioned from the gallery, from the speakers. Just in terms of the nature of the application, if it were just farming, it wouldn't need planning permission. It needs planning permission here because there is a change of use. I fully accept what Mr Sumner said about applications for change of use not requiring, not always being inappropriate development, but there is another component of this, which is the car parking. You have an inspector's decision telling us that is inappropriate development. So I do disagree. The basis of this is you've got a change of use and you've got a car park that has already been told to us by an inspector independently is inappropriate development. So the advice, and it's in the report as well, you look at page 4, is that it's the car parking element which is the critical thing. You can't have a development without the car parking. So my advice is that your debate should be based on it is inappropriate development, a part of it is inappropriate development, and therefore whether the very special circumstances test is or isn't satisfied. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Neil. Councillor Iqbal.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. And can I just echo the comments that you just made in terms of the speakers? I mean, we heard from Georgie and Brian Sumner at the Nelson and Briarfield Area Committee, and they both spoke passionately. But usually when we have applications for developments on Greenfield, you don't have people coming to support the application, you have people queuing up to speak against it. I've not heard anything at the last meeting of the Area Committee or tonight from anybody that speaks against this application. But before I go into what I'm going to move, Chairman, can I just ask Neil a couple of questions? So Neil, you're saying that the current use is farming. What Georgie is teaching people is about farming. So in theory, does she actually need permission to open it as a school, or could I just take my kids off the street and walk down and say, look, I'd like to learn about farming? There's nothing to stop me at the moment going into any farm with a farmer's permission saying, can I just learn how to milk the cows, please, for example? Is there?
Through you, Chairman, for that, they are teaching, it is recreational, it isn't farming. People are not going there to grow crops and to milk cows, etc. And indeed, there's a donkey there as well, which isn't agricultural. So the act of going and being taught or an educational thing brings it out of purely being an agricultural activity to, I would call it a mixed use of some agriculture and some education.
And then the second question I've got is, you've talked about the car parking issue and the inspector's previous decision, and also what inappropriate development is defined by national government. Just let's flip this on the other side. Well, not you personally, but the planning department have been accused of putting obstacles in place. What are you putting out as olive branches to the applicant to try and help her? Or what should we put out?
Chairman, we can look at alternatives. Always happy to do that, but my role here is advising you as a committee on what the planning policy is from national to local. So we can look at alternatives, but my advice to you is based on the merits of this and what national and local policy says, and law.
Okay. Chairman, at the last meeting there was a great play by the planning officer at the meeting about the gas situation, and I'm glad that the gas situation and the health and safety executive situation has been resolved, because the challenge back to our planning officers at the last meeting was that if health and safety executives think that this is such a dangerous place for young children and families to be, why have they not come and shut it down in the first place? Because they don't need our permission, they can just come and do it. But the fact is that that situation has now been resolved, and I'm grateful that's been resolved. But Chairman, my view is that this council, 18 months, 2 years ago, nobody had heard of COVID, nobody had heard of the pandemic, and you've listened quite passionately from speakers, including young Josie, in terms of how this farm helps and has helped people in terms of dealing with mental health issues. And I think as a council we should be looking to promote and help our rural economy. We prided ourselves as being a council that helps the rural economy as opposed to the urban core. And I think this is a prime example of trying to work with the applicant in terms of helping support not only her rural economy but the mental health of those people that use this facility, and hopefully for years to come. Chairman, my view is that we should be encouraging this type of development. The arguments that are in the report about that it's going to cause significant harm to the openness of the green belt and it's an inappropriate development, I think are counterweighed and actually outweighed in terms of the special circumstances, because this is not something that's I think diversifying. She's not closing the farm to try and make a fast buck here. She's actually wanting, I think, to encourage young people into farming, which is desperately missing. So, Chairman, I'm going to move that we approve the application as set out and leave it to Neil in a sympathetic way to work with the applicant to put the appropriate conditions in. I think this type of thing should be supported and not opposed, because I think it'd be a travesty if this was forced to close down. And I know part of the recommendation is that we refuse the application and take enforcement action. I mean, we've done it before where we refused an application simply to stay within planning policy, but then said don't take any enforcement action. And I know Neil will say we shouldn't be doing that, but there's two options available. The idea, I'd like colleagues to support the application.
Chairman, as the previous vote indicated, I very strongly believe in supporting the policies that we have and not driving the coach and horses through them and undermining them. So if we get a report and it says, well, it's against this policy, it's against that policy, then I listen very carefully to the report, because it's important that we don't negate the policies that we spend so many hours drawing up. In this case, Chairman, I don't believe that is necessarily against our policies. And in many circumstances, we find there's wriggle room, and I think Neil's indicated tonight that there is some wriggle room if we can come up with special circumstances that override it being inappropriate development in the green belt. And I think those special circumstances revolve around the proximity of this operation to some of the most deprived areas of Pendle, and the way in which the farm school allows people from those deprived areas to access opportunities, experiences, facilities that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do so. So I think there's some wriggle room in terms of the green belt issue, and I would ordinarily champion defending the green belt. It's more than defending the open countryside, because as Mr. Watson pointed out, the green belt has a very high protection due to its designation. In terms of the other reason put forward for refusal, which, given the falling away of the gas pipeline issue, it is the only other thing, and it being an unsustainable location. Colleagues that were on the council a couple of years ago will recall that we had an application for Harwey's Farm, which straddles the border between Kelbrook and I think it's Colne, but forgive me if it's Lancashire Bridge, but it straddles the border. And Harwey's Farm was in the same policy difficulty of people claiming that it was unsustainable. Now, we argued strongly and successfully that you couldn't have that sort of countryside operation in the middle of a town. And in the same way, you can't have a farming operation in the middle of Briarfield or in the middle of Nelson. I suppose you could, but you'd have to do a heck of a lot of demolition and create a heck of a lot of green fields in order to allow that to happen. And perhaps in part of the Nelson master plan, we can have a massive green roof over a new development, and we can have a farm on top of a building, you never know. But realistically, that's not going to happen. So in terms of sustainability, I think this could be allowable because of its very nature. Now, I hear what Neil Watson says in terms of, well, you've got a car park, and that's an intrusion and inappropriate within the green belt. And I have a great deal of sympathy with that. I think that you do need to accommodate it. But I think with appropriate landscaping, it would be possible to screen the parking area, which would make it acceptable within that green belt. I accept that the use as a car park would not necessarily be acceptable. Then I think we kick in the special circumstances. And all in all, Chairman, I think that this should be permitted. I second what Councillor Iqbal has moved, and I hope that the committee passes it.
Thank you. Just a question, Neil. I know I've already touched upon these exceptional circumstances in the national planning policy. What sort of exceptions does that talk about? Because what's being referred to is that it's a deprived area. That's one of the exceptions. Would that fall within exceptions?
One of the beauties of the planning system is that there aren't set definitions. It's very much up to the decision maker. As long as it's not the term is Wednesbury unreasonable, that it's got some rationale, then it's up to you as the decision making body. So if that's your view, then the development will fall in line with policy.
Thank you. Sarah?
What's the acreage, Neil?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's that. Five. Yeah.
So really, it's a sort of ordinary size field, and you rent the land.
I rent the whole site, the land and the building.
Okay. So Neil, if this was 1,000 metres closer into Briarfield, i.e. on the edge of the settlement boundary, and not in Greenfield, would you feel that this was a sustainable location?
If it was closer, then yes.
So it's partly the distance and it's partly the green belt too. I'm afraid I was against the application at Harwell's Farm, which is far less accessible than this. In fact, incredibly difficult to get to with tortuous farm tracks. And although I've listened really carefully to all the passion and the enthusiasm that you all feel, it's clear that drawing people from Preston and Blackpool to park on a car park in Greenfield, 1,000 metres from the settlement, always going to be car traffic movements. And I think it takes away from the tranquility, to a certain extent, some of the reasons why you're going there, it makes it a busy place. And actually, this council always wants to support businesses and listen very carefully about diversification, because really it's a new business in Pendle who want it to succeed. But in essence, if this is more successful than it is, then we've got more car parking, more disruption, more traffic movements into the green belt. So you'd almost be hoping to keep it small and not very successful, which is sort of counterintuitive, really. Do we have a business plan for the farming element of it, so that we understand the balance? Is that, because I think that that's important, you know, when is it a farm and when is it a school? And I was listening very carefully about the language being used, the learning and the teaching. If it's mainly a school, then that is its raison d'etre. If it's diversification and just a little bit of what is happening, then I think it is a different proposition. It's a farm with a diversification element, as opposed to, you know, the sole purpose would be the experience, the interaction for children and young people. So I feel generally that this business could be in a different location really quite easily. It could be on land closer to the urban form so that more people could reach it. And there are, as we know, lots and lots of fields on the edges of our urban settlements that do have agricultural buildings on them, because we receive those applications, certainly in Cone Area Committee, just about every single month. There are numerous ones near where I live. So I feel potentially this business could still succeed, but just not in this location within the Greenbelt. And therefore I propose that we refuse the application based on its impact on the Greenbelt and its lack of accessibility.
Any other speakers? Councillor Eaton?
Well, I've spoken on, so I'll let Councillor speak and then I'll come back if that's okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Iqbal. I must admit, sometimes I do tend to agree sometimes with Councillor Coburn-Price's remarks.
Always very welcome.
I must admit, that's some of the most pessimistic remarks I've heard today, with respect. This is hats off, by the way, to the applicant who's running a successful farming school. And as you quite rightly, colleagues have put, in an area where you probably wouldn't have ever expected. I think the benefit, the wider benefit to the people who are using this is second to none, is invaluable. In fact, I got dragged into British farming in a recent series of Clarkson's Farm, which was an unbelievable insight, not only into the farming aspect of British farming, but also the regulatory problems that can occur. And I, to some extent, it's sort of nostalgic to see the problem that's occurring here. I'm in support of the application, Chairman. I spoke at the initial stage of the area committee. I do agree with Councillor Iqbal's remarks, and to be fair, it's not going to be the only application that's going to affect the green belt, and it probably won't be the last one either. But what is clear, Chairman, is the wider benefit that this is having, given that this is a retrospective application, and the wider benefit that it will continue to have on the people of Briarfield, Reedley, Nelson and Pendle Farm. And hopefully, my wish is, should this application succeed, we might even have an Amazon series on a small pocket farm like this. So that's my view, Chairman. I'm happy to support the application.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Iqbal?
Chairman, I very rarely agree with Councillor Coburn-Price, and this will be no exception. I mean, I would have expected that somebody that represents a rural seat in Pendle that would actually champion something like this, but to suggest that the applicant picks up a farm and moves it 1,000 metres closer to the settlement boundary is, in my opinion, completely bizarre suggestion. And to ask for business plans at a planning meeting, again, is something that comes across quite bizarre to myself. This is not a business. It's not a new business that's relocating. It's something that, if you've not been listening to what people have said, and especially the young lady that spoke and the lady that mentioned how it helped her mental health, this is something that is unique, not only for this area, Councillor Coburn-Price and colleagues, but to the whole of this area. And the fact that it's not 1,000 metres closer to the settlement boundary, well, it is where it is. You know, I think it's fundamentally backwards of us as a council, us as a committee, if the committee managed to support the refusal, to be suggesting to somebody, look, just pick up your farm, pick up everything else and just move it 1,000 metres closer to the settlement boundary. Unless the council and obviously your colleagues, you are in control, Chairman, if you're happy to pay for the farm to be picked up and move 1,000 metres closer to the settlement boundary, that's a different proposition, but I suspect you won't be and you're not in a position to. So I would urge colleagues not to support the outrageous comments by Councillor Corbyn Price at this meeting and support the common sense approach and actually walk this application and send not only the applicant away, and as I said to Mr Sumner at the last meeting, you know, he's the agent, he's here to speak on behalf of the applicant. You've listened passionately from, and you yourself said that there were some passionate speeches, and I hope colleagues from that side of the room actually support this application, because this is not a party position that you have to support the party. This is an individual vote, Chairman, and I would urge colleagues to look at the conscience and support this application, not only for our benefit, but for future generations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's one of those ones whereby it's one of those things where it's obviously started as a farm, maybe passionate about farming to start with, but a set of billy goats and a donkey are an unusual sort of scale of farm. Strikes me as more like a hobby type of thing, and the school is the thing that's now taking over. It's obviously getting more popular. You've got a Facebook thing for it. I can see a GoFundMe page as well with several £1,000s raised, etc. All of those, and the good positivity from the people, basically means that the school is going to get bigger and bigger. It'll far outstrip the farm. So the idea of 10 parking spaces is not going to be sufficient at all. And you're heading towards somewhere where, as a school, it's in the wrong place. The farm may be in the right place, but then again, the school is not. And therefore, unfortunately, I've got to second the refusal and say that the school is in the wrong place.
Rubbish.
It can't get bigger.
Please, any other speakers? Any councillors want Councillor Wick?
Chairman, just very briefly, and to underline the point that planning decisions are individual votes. We're not tied by whipping or party requirements. So the point was well made by Councillor Iqbal that each member votes according to their conscience. Just two further things. I never saw Councillor Ali in Clarkson's farm. I suspect he was watching it, not hearing it. The second thing is that Harvey's farm is between the border of Kelvick and Folridge rather than Lanchbridge or Cobb.
Thank you. Any other speakers? So it's just really a straight approval or refusal. So all those in favour of approving this application, please show. All those against? That's approved. Thank you. Those of you who want to stay and listen to the rest of the meeting, all means do. I'm sure you want to go out and celebrate now. So.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
You're all welcome to Farm
Chair, if people leave, are you going to adjourn the meeting for a couple of minutes? We won't be able to hear. Just a minute.
we're going to now move on to the next planning application, land off Cobb Way and Storm Truck Play, Pendle. Neil?
Yes, Chairman. This is, if you recall, an application for a pit came on this site a while ago, so it's a site that's familiar to the committee. Chairman, an outline application was approved at appeal, so issues like the access arrangements were sorted out by that decision by the inspector. Come back now with an application for to develop the land. There have been various iterations to the layout, garden lengths, landscaping. I'm just flicking through some of the slides, sorry Chairman, you can't see there, but just for some of the members here. Went to area committee, Council Whip will correct me if I'm wrong, but it got down to accepting of all the issues except for that of the amenity space to the rear of the properties. It was felt by committee that made it a cramped appearance. And cramped to the rear with little opportunity to recreate, and particularly if you have bins there as well at the back, there was no space. Chairman, the shortest back garden is 5.9 metres, just to give you an indication of what that is. The rest of them are larger than that, so it's probably from there to the edge of that bench to the wall approximately. That's what to put it into a real perspective, 5.9 metres, Chairman. In terms of space standards, although the planning system used to advocate space standards, it doesn't. And there's no policies in our local plan which says you must have X, Y and Z space standards. So if there is enough space to put bins in, which there are here, very much it's a matter of for individuals who are buying the properties, unless you feel that the design is so particularly poor. I think the rationale behind the area committee's decision was effectively it was the amount of space available to recreate, and that, Chairman, isn't supported by policy. Thank you.
Councillor Whip?
Chairman, I would reiterate the reasons why the area committee turned it down. I think the decision was unanimous that the space within the back gardens is wholly inadequate. It is cramped, the layout is inadequate. And what's not clear from the plan that Neil has kindly put up on the board is that the water course that flows at the bottom of the garden is intended to be segregated space, which would be managed out with the curtilage of the properties. So, and that's a requirement because of other considerations. There are a whole host of reasons why previous iterations and previous applications have been rejected by both the area committee and the central Pendle Council Committee, and they've been knocked over by inspectors' decisions and the like. So in planning terms, the only thing that at this point we can consider is the layout and the design, and it's not good enough. So we ought not to approve it, and I would move that we reject it on those grounds. Thank you.
Clive?
Yes, Councillor Whip's absolutely right. It was unanimous. I think the location of this development in its greenfield area behind the off-Cobb Lane is important, and I think it's the point that's made about the layout not being up to scratch is absolutely right, and the access to the drainage dike which runs across the full length of it. So yes, it was unanimous. and it was based on it not being a good design and insufficient space behind these houses. And you think it's where it is. In a greenfield location, you would have thought you can come up with a better layout than this. So it was unanimous at West Council. I would support Councillor proposal.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'd like to ask Neil, I read all about the relationship with the stream and the houses and the potential. Does that make a difference to the amount of space that each resident has? And given the sort of semi-rural location, how, for example, you and I know about an application in Lancashire Bridge that was recently turned down on appeal for being too cramped, 10 houses in a village. Can you draw any parallels here or not?
Through you, Chairman, the Lancashire Bridge development was really the compact nature impacting on the road terraces to the front, and it was that relationship which made it too cramped, and how they will then have to put fences up which impinged on existing neighbours. That was more, I think, the point here. You won't get that here because the field to the rear is a field, so there's no overlooking, and indeed from the roadside you won't see the rear of the properties. So it is purely about whether there is enough amenity spaces from the rear. It's not going to have a landscape or visual impact or any overlooking or overbearing, which it simply is whether they have enough recreational space to the rear.
And does the relationship with the stream make a difference?
Through your chair, it doesn't. They've increased the gap to the middle of the stream. That's why the gardens have narrowed in length, but they still have 6 metres, notwithstanding that there's then a buffer from the back fences to the middle of the street.
So 6 metres equivalent to a sort of standard yard in a terrace house, or?
Probably from me to you, broadly.
Right. Yeah, okay. So actually, loads of space for bins.
Yeah.
I propose that we approve this application on that basis then.
I second. Any other speakers? No? So we've got approval and refusal in effect. So all those in favour of, I think Councillor, you moved refusal, didn't you? So all those who want to refuse the application, please vote.
Refusal.
And all those in favour of approving it. That's rejected. Okay. Planning application. Next one is D, which is Wesley's Close, Earby. We have a speaker. What's on the list? Mr. Ian Swain. Yeah, fine. Got 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Ian Swain, the Chartered Town Planner at WVW Surveyors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of the applicants and landowners, Matthew and David Kinsdale. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers for their recommendation and support. The site is a good location for housing with very minimal impacts. An identical application has been previously approved on the site by the council. In our view, there is no justifiable reason to now refuse planning permission. Thankfully, that viewpoint is shared by the planning manager, and he decided that the proposed refusal of the application was unsound and that there was a risk of cost against the council, and so he referred the application to this committee. The landowners would very much like to have sold the site and seen it developed before now, but circumstances beyond their control prevented that. This is not a case of land banking, which has been suggested by the parish council. Very protracted discussions were undertaken with a local developer who was due to purchase the land, but eventually, after much lost time, did not complete. So we have another purchaser who is now actively looking at the site and taking things forward. There were 3 reasons for refusing the application that were identified by the West Clothing Committee. The first of those reasons was that Salterford has had its quota of housing. This site is physically attached to the settlement boundary of the town of Ely. The village of Salterworth is some distance away across fields to the southwest. It's recognised that technically the site is within Salterworth parish, but the reality is that the site is an extension to Ely and not Salterworth. It's notable that the comments in the application have been made by Ely Town Council and not Salterworth Parish Council. The council's website indicates that there are just 2 objections from local residents. That is very limited objection to a new housing development. So, since the council is required to provide sites for housing, and since this seems to be a location that the local community is not strongly opposed to, I would urge members to support the application before them. There are very few sites of so little opposition. The other 2 concerns raised by West Craven Committee meeting, I'll comment on together. And those concerns were that the drainage is inadequate and the development will be detrimental to highways road safety. The application is accompanied by detailed reports from both the highways consultant and drainage engineer. The acceptability of the scheme is investigated by these consultants and appropriate solutions put forward. Those solutions are unchanged from those previously approved by the council. Statutory consultees in the application, including the Highway Authority and the League Local Flood Authority and Lancashire County Council, have looked at the proposals and raised no objections. So in summary, those with the statutory responsibilities for the road network and drainage have no objection and are of the opinion that what is proposed is acceptable. If the application is refused for these reasons, the statutory consultees will not support the council on appeal. It's therefore requested that members support the application. So to conclude, development of the site is supported by the council's planning policies. The officers recommend approval of the application and the scheme is acceptable with respect to all detailed planning considerations. There are no objections from statutory consultees and the scheme is identical to that previously approved by the council. Thank you for having the opportunity to speak and for putting the applicant's case forward.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Hall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This particular area has been to and fro from West Craven for quite a long time, not just this particular development. The highways section immediately adjacent to this development and the one that's the other side of the road is a dangerous patch. There's been one fatality there at least. And so consequently West Craven Area Committee have always had major concerns on how the highways issue to this development and others in that particular area can be handled. I'm aware that Councillor Whip will know this very well, and myself, but every other member of this committee, I would imagine, hasn't actually seen the problems that are associated with the highways there. Both Councillor Whip and myself travel that road quite a lot, and it's not a good place to be. And we've always had major concerns, and my major concern on this one is the highways. And I would look at really possibly getting a site visit for all of you to have a close look at what is a dangerous patch of road. And unfortunately, it's one of the few areas in West Craven where we've had fatalities. So it does need looking at to make certain we're absolutely 100% happy about it. It is tagged on to Northorn, which is in the Ely area ward, but it is in the Greenfield area, and that particular road there, it doesn't actually look it on that plan, but you can get very close to the edge of the conurbation there, and all of a sudden somebody comes and gets caught in your headlights. Well used by walkers both ways, over the top, down into Salterworth and beyond. And there's no footpaths at all. And it is a bit of a bottleneck there, because what it doesn't easily show there is the chicane traffic control that is actually in place immediately you come off that development into the Northorn estate, where that was put in place to protect the people and pedestrians in that area. So I would certainly recommend that at this stage a site visit before a decision is made.
Okay, that's moved. Councillor Wood.
Chairman, I would argue that we ought to reject the application. The history of this site is linked to that of the site across the road, and the site across the road was which there was an application from Cross Construction, which was approved by the then Development Management Committee a few years ago, and subsequently the Dinsdales applied for permission on the opposite side of the road, and as was said by the agent, identical application to the one that we have in front of us, and the West Craven Area Committee have been consistent in opposing both applications, but in both cases they were approved by the then Development Management Committee. And the Area Committee is again being consistent in saying, well look, these issues are still relevant. Salterfirth, and it is in the village, the parish of Salterfirth. Salterfirth has had more than its quarter of houses, and you look at the papers that we've got later on the agenda, and that's plain as a pikestaff. So it is within Salterfirth, it is within that parish, and should be regarded as such. In terms of the drainage, we have occasions when the surcharging from the combined sewers that run down Salterfirth Road, we have fountains of, sewage. You can't put a better description on it. We have fountains of sewage, and I'm not just talking one surcharge, I'm talking multiple surcharges with water, sewage, fountaining up to the height of 5 feet, and then that sewage running down, ponding at the bottom of Salterfirth Road, at the bend there. And this development is going to contribute towards further foul sewage going into that inadequate infrastructure. And on top of that, we've got terrible problems with water running off the field into the properties on Warwick Drive, on Whiteley's Close. And I myself have dug out an escape tunnel and put sandbags in place to protect people's property from that flooding. And those issues will not get any better as a consequence of this development. And there have been, Councillor Goldthorpe mentioned there has been a death. Well, no, there have been several deaths at this location. Pedestrians, car drivers, and we don't want to add to that. And the proposals that are included within the application for so-called highway improvements do nothing of the sort, and indeed could make the situation even worse. There is a further issue which came to light following consideration at the last West Craven Area Committee, in that the land LiDAR, that's ground penetrating radar, forgive me, I'm not exactly right on ground penetrating radar, but LiDAR has shown that there is a medieval well situated within the development area, and that was covered up by a previous owner many moons ago, but is an important archaeological artefact that should have some protection. So that's another pebble to throw in the pond. Mr. Chairman, I fully accept that an application identical to this has previously been approved. I think, I know I argued against it at that point, unfortunately lost the argument, or lost the vote, probably won the argument. I would urge councillors not to repeat mistakes of the past, and I would move that we do refuse it on the grounds set out. And I think, as a matter of course, that we ought to have site visits before these meetings in order that people from across the borough can appreciate what the issues are. So if I'm not supported and if it isn't turned down at this meeting, I hope it might be turned down at a subsequent meeting following the site visit. I move.
Sarah?
I understand, Neil. Can you explain? I sort of remember there have been quite a few little developments that have sort of daisy-chained in this area. I certainly remember another couple. And I don't understand how in the manual of streets you could allow, it could be allowed to have these developments without the need for pavements. Because there's sort of a hierarchy, isn't there? All to do with sort of road widths and pavements and so on.
Through you, Chairman. Both the triangle and the bit of and the application site are in the same ownership, so that allows work to be undertaken on the opposite side. So the people would cross the road from the application site into the other site. There would then be a footpath through that site. Where it gets narrower is where you can see kind of the narrow bit to the east, the slither of red. Yeah, that's where there will be, the pavement will be brought out, not to the full width, but it will be brought out, and then there will be some realignment of the carriageway on the other side of the highway. So there would be a pavement, but you'd cross the road to come down through that, and then you would join onto the existing pavement on the east of the site.
It sounds incredibly complicated, and I've never been there. And I agree with my colleague that perhaps we would all benefit from looking at all of that with you, if you're afternoon before it goes dark or something. And we've got one this week at 8 a.m, haven't we? I would appreciate fully understanding where you have to cross the road and everything, just to make sure that this isn't one of those, and we all have them, strange LCC highways decisions that you think, well, it's just not logical at all.
Chairman, I would have to also add into that, though. Yes, you look at each case on the merits, as Councillor Whip said in the earlier application, but this is, even to the plans being, it is identical to an application that the predecessor of this committee approved before. So to refuse, there would have to be, if that's where you're going, a legitimate change in circumstances somewhere. And that's what you would focus on. Otherwise, you go to appeal and why have you approved one and refuse this with exactly the same circumstances? And it is a decision of the council, not of West Craven, or it is a decision of the council that we would be held up to account against. But if it's a site visit, it saves me going into some of the details.
Okay, thank you. Just to make progress, would Councillor Whip accept the site visit to take place?
Chairman, I've not been seconded, so I accept the inevitable.
That's fine. Okay. So all those in favour of Councillor Goldthorpe's motion to have a site visit and then reconsider this at next meeting? Okay. Against, that's carried. That's fine. So I'll do the site visit prior to next month's meeting. Okay. Next we'll deal with item 6, which is Pendle Local Plan Part 2, Site Allocations and Development Policies. We have a number of speakers. So again, the speakers will have 5 minutes each, please, and if the point's been made, please try not to make the same point again. So the first speaker is Emma Hartley. Emma, the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay, so I'm here to talk about item 6, Pendle Borough Council Plan Part 2. So I first became aware of this plan in February of this year when I noticed a digger in the field opposite my house, and an area of open countryside. I then discovered that PVC Plan Part 2 was out for consultation and realised that as well as the chosen sites and reserve sites, there were other sites called reasonable alternatives, which had been assessed but not considered most suitable for development. The site opposite my house was a reasonable alternative, and I was told by a local councillor that Gleeson Homes were planning to build 212 homes there. This was before any plans at all had been submitted. It was during lockdown, and most people seemed completely unaware of the situation. This prompted me to start a campaign to make the public aware of Pendle Council Plan Part 2, and particularly the allocated building sites and, of course, the reasonable alternatives. We started a Facebook page, Protect Pendle's Countryside, which soon attracted over 2,000 members. We designed, printed, and our volunteers delivered over 10,000 leaflets all over Pendle, inviting people to have their say on where houses would be built and which areas needed protecting. This was in addition to the Zoom meetings and promotion by Pendle Borough Council. As a result of this joint campaign, over 1,500 comments were made by the public, which we are told by the Planning Department is well in excess of the usual response. We now have the draft copy of the plan, which we trust takes into consideration all the comments made. Several welcome changes have been made, including removing Castle Road, aka the Upper Rough, as a reserve site, and downgrading Gib Hill to a reserve site. We also noticed that additional brownfield sites have been allocated to reduce the amount of development on Greenfield. In fact, the number of homes on Greenfield has halved since the original draft plan. This is all to be commended and is definitely a step in the right direction to protect our precious countryside. One of the negatives for me is that there's been no allocation of protected green space for Colne. I understand that we're relying on the Colne Neighbourhood Plan, which is currently in progress. In my opinion, the Colne Neighbourhood Plan does not take full advantage of this opportunity to protect as much green space as possible. As for example, Waterside, which is one of the top 5% deprived areas in the country, according to the IMD, has been allocated only a small provision. It is a fact that people from the most deprived areas have less access to green space. And I think if this Pendle Borough Council Plan Part 2 is adopted in its current form, there needs to be a commitment to conduct a review of the Colne Neighbourhood Plan green spaces in order to ensure equity of access to green space for all. I also observe that the report by Lichfield recommends that the housing numbers are increased to 240, and this is from the 142 which was voted for by the Council in March. So although the 240 is an improvement on the current 298 target, I still feel that adopting the minimum amount would relieve the pressure to build on the countryside. Speaking from my own experience of 8 months of fending off developers, it's a very stressful experience and is terrible when you feel like your way of life and your quality of life is going to be affected. Until this plan's adopted, this will be the reality for more people. Our countryside is irreplaceable and our current local plan is out of date, meaning that currently all greenfields are at risk from developers submitting plans. Once this Pendle Borough Council Plan Part 2 is adopted, the Live One exemption in the core strategy will no longer apply, meaning that all open countryside away from the settlement boundary would no longer be at risk from speculative development. The consultation was widely engaged with. The people of Pendle have spoken, and I hope that our councillors will agree that this plan can proceed to full council and be adopted as soon as possible in order to protect as much of our precious Pendle countryside as possible.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is Robert Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the Vice Chair of Barrowford Parish Council. As you know, these documents for this meeting only became available last week, so the Parish Council hasn't been able to discuss them. But what I have to say is with the agreement of the Chair of the Barrowford Parish Council, and it's in line with the previous comments following consultation earlier this year, comments on reserve site P104 Oaklands Church Street, Barrowford. For reference, I'm sure you've all read the 300 or so pages of your main document. It's on pages 155 to 157. We're calling for this site to be taken out of the reserved site list and therefore removed from the plan. Why? Once again, Barrowford is being treated as if it hasn't had a 500 house planning permission granted on the Troughley site in the village. If you turn to the main document, the site allocations and development policies, Appendix 1, page 236, I don't see anybody doing that, but you'll have to believe me. On column F, you'll see the Troughley site numbers have been distributed, that's in inverted commas as far as I'm concerned, amongst Barrowford, Nelson and even Bradfield and Colne. This might make sense if there were 4 strategic housing sites, but there aren't. The whole lot is in Barrowford. And this paper exercise distribution leaves Barrowford with yet more, 30 more houses to find, as you'll see in column G of that same document. This further requirement opens the door to a developer to apply for housing on the Oakland Reserve site if any of the main housing sites in the plan aren't taken up. So not only a further 60 houses potentially in the village centre, adjacent to the village centre, such development could create access to another site above, which Persimmon builders have expressed interest in already, and where site investigations have already taken place in the last few months. Those are the main reasons for asking for P104 Oaklands to be removed. There are numerous other objections to the site. I'll give just 3. There's very poor access to it, as there's no pavement at the suggested access point. Loss of much of the retaining wall there would have a serious impact on the conservation area. Church Street, as I'm sure most of you know, is already one of the worst bottlenecks in Pendle, and any alternative routes to the site are residential. And thirdly, the likely resulting loss of many TPO trees and the effect on wildlife in the site. Finally, and I know it's important that this plan be agreed in some form, this removal wouldn't involve much of a rewrite of the plan. The reserve site's buffer, listed on page 152, would go down from 15% to 12% by my calculation. So the plan could be quickly amended for the full council, which I believe is in a fortnight's time, without delaying the timetable. So to sum up, Barrowford has had the biggest single housing development ever seen in Pendle imposed on it, even though it's supposed to be a local service centre. So I hope you'll be able to respond positively to this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Caroline Spencer-Palmer.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I've been lucky enough to live on Lenches Road, which is adjacent to P152 on the local plan, and I moved there in 1988. And I've been campaigning ever since 1998, when I was first aware of the possibility of development on the Lenches, with a concerted campaign with the producer of a document for the council that was in existence at that time. There's actually, I was interested to hear about the green belts in Briarfield. There's actually no green belt for the South Valley of Combe. Lenches is de facto the green belt for the South Valley of Combe. I've lobbied to have the Lenches protected as a protected green space since 1999. Because of its wildlife value, because of its potential for well-being and physical exercise for the local community, and also because of its huge visual amenity impact, not just for people who live locally, but also people who live on the whole South Valley of Combe. I feel that it's absolutely imperative, and we've really reached a critical point now, that Lenches is protected. And I think that perhaps it may be that through the adoption of the Pendle Council Plan Part 2, that this may actually come about at last. after 23 years of campaigning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll also come back forward, reiterating the fact that we've had to accept 500 houses in Barrowford, which we didn't want to, but we've had to accept it. And also to say we're not against building in Barrowford, we're not opposed to it. We've produced a neighbourhood plan which states that. We've accepted, if you go down Local Street, you'll see lots of little developments along there which have added to the amenities and housing allocation in Barrowford, and they're fairly affordable. We've also accepted two or three conversions of other buildings in flats, which has added to the number of homes in Barrowford, which are much more suitable. But what we've had to accept, as well as Trough Lake, 500, and Robert quite eloquently explained that you've actually distributed our 500 amongst three other boroughs, or three other areas of Pendle, which we don't quite understand. However, we've had to accept another development further down between Church Street and Wheatley Road, which has had excessive flooding on for years, and that still hasn't been dealt with properly. Now those houses are excessively expensive for the people of Barrowford. I'm just an ex-postie. A lot of people I know are like me. They haven't got a lot of money. They happen to live in a nice place, and people are trying to take advantage of that by building excessively expensive homes, which local people just cannot afford in any way. We're not opposed to development, but we want you to take Oaklands out of this and use your imagination, and those extra 30 houses that we're supposedly taking. Look at Belgar further up Wheatley Road. That is just an ideal site for development when eventually it is knocked down, which I have to say I came and spoke at an area committee meeting and asked about Belgar. I did see some people on there who are looking at demolition. It's ideal for building on. There's a few houses you can add to your total. You don't need to ruin existing greenfield sites. It's so vital that we keep these green sites open. There's deer that run through Oaklands, and I've watched their site. They've got trails that come through. They need to be able to be accessing the sites that they know, otherwise they can't get through. It ruins not only their lives but our quality of life by seeing these wild creatures that know that they're safe by going through these various sites. Now the Auckland site, we don't want to see that developed. Robert's quite eloquently said that. But what worries me is, if that is made available, that gives access to the site on Pasture Lane. Now I should probably declare an interest. I live on Pasture Lane. But there's a site up there which I also asked questions about when I came to the area committee, and I have not had a reply. I wanted to know which officers, which councillors have been in contact with the developer, Persimmon Homes, but I think it's another developer who's doing some surveys on there. There's been diggers on there. This lady here said about seeing diggers on the site. I've seen diggers on this site. They're doing site surveys. We know nothing about it. It's scandalous that nobody's been back to me and told me any information about that site. However, the fact that it would make, if you put this on a reserve site, would make that site accessible onto Church Street, down Higher Causeway, down Church Street. It's just totally unacceptable. The number of extra vehicles on this in this part of Barrowford would just be totally unacceptable. But another thing that we really have to consider is Lancashire County Council, the Parish Council, the Environment Agency, all sorts of people got together, officers from Pendle, and did a survey of the whole of that hillside up there and looked at the problems of flooding. Now, you don't have to be an expert to know that if fields are flooding and climate change has got to be taken into account here. The excessive numbers of flooding we've had coming down pasture lane, it's like a river when it rains, but those fields absorb that water. You start building on that, you're creating even more problems for people further down the hill. And we really have to take this into account. I think Pendle ought to be taking that into account when they look at this site to stop any more development on the hillsides, which is causing even more problems. So please accept our argument, take Oaklands off your little list and use your imagination, and we are quite happy to work with you at the parish to look at other alternative sites to make up these numbers so that we don't have to sacrifice our lovely green fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil, could I bring you in please to speak on the report itself and some of the comments which have been made, particularly about Clough Lane, as to why the number of houses have been allocated to different areas.
Thank you, Chairman. It is putting a local plan together. First of all, commend John and his team. It's difficult. There's so many competing views on things. It is difficult. I'm glad people take the time and effort to come along and make comments, because it is important, but it is a difficult task. Chairman, in terms of Barrow Ford and the strategic site, I remember being in the examination in public with John and with Ian Ward when this was discussed with the inspector. It was the discussion was around whether it should be allocated to Barrow Ford or whether it was a strategic site, and the inspector has in fact clarified it for us that it is an allocation associated with Barrow Ford. It is a strategic allocation to serve the M65 corridor. That is why sites or an amount is given, distributed to different settlements. So that is why Barrow Ford hasn't had 500 houses in the sense of the distribution. They've had there's a strategic site, and a part of that's apportioned to Barrow Ford, as it is to Colne and other settlements. So they are all taking a little bit from that, Chairman. Chairman, in terms of the reserve sites and other alternatives, just a point about the reserve sites are there in case, and it was something that the inspector asked us to do in his report, in case there's not delivery of other sites. So you won't look towards other ways of putting sites into the plan, i.e. brownfield sites that may not be delivered. The purpose of the reserve sites is to say if you don't hit your numbers, there's a mechanism for actually providing more land that will then come forward. And unfortunately those are greenfield, but those are the ones that will be delivered, so that's why the reserve sites. Chair, in terms of the report itself, I'm not going to go into massive detail here, Chairman, because I think there's a plethora of documents in there, and we could be here for several weeks. Chairman, the report is based on the responses that we've got. We had 1,300 responses to the consultation. Most of those are related to specific sites, comments about the merits of them or not. Whether this is good or bad, hopefully it's very good, but it depends on what the debate. There's no comments that have been received that say that the plan is fundamentally flawed, i.e. we're going to get a judicial challenge or something on there. So there's been comments about changes to it and disagreements on site, but fundamentally the plan, no one said the plan is just not fit for purpose. So that is reassuring. Chairman, in general comments, the public have, if we group the comments, shall we say, there's comments about loss of greenfield sites, and I think that from the general public has been a very strong message coming there. And a misunderstanding that the SM figure, the standard methodology figure, was the requirement for Pendle, and that's it, that's what you meet. And obviously the standard methodology figure, the 142 that was mentioned, is the starting point. From the developer angle, developers said the SM figure is not fit for purpose because it doesn't align with your strategic policies on growth and employment coming forward. But they have supported generally the recommendation of the 240 figure. That's a general, if I'm generalising. Obviously you've got all the full comments in play to look at, Chairman. From statutory undertakers, they've mainly looked at finessing policies, no specific outright objections. We had, so there was one from the Environment Agency that looked at the site in Earby, I forgot the name of it now, but and asked for that to be taken out because of flooding, so that hasn't featured in the, but that was the only outright objection. Brookshed, sorry. A lot to remember this week, I'm afraid. So, Chairman, the plan's got 42 policies. It adds detail to the Part 1 plan. It has to be read in conjunction with the Part 1 plan. It's not a separate or independent plan. We've got the strategic policies, of which we are now looking to refine the housing numbers and affordability requirements, etc. in that side, but the rest of the policies finesse what's there. Chairman, the recommendations are that there's an annual housing requirement of 240 per annum. That comprises of 14 sites, comprising of 678 dwellings, 4 of which are greenfields for 210. And I echo the point that was made by, I can't remember which speaker, that the amount of greenfield land has come down because we've actually delivered as an authority over the last 3 years. Our average is 315 or 314 units per annum. So there is demand out there and there is delivery, Chairman. We've got one employment site. The main employment site was the other strategic allocation, the Part 1 plan, and we're looking to extend the West Craven Business Park. That hasn't featured as an objection in any specific way, so hopefully that's been accepted generally as a need to expand there. Chairman, just looking at the housing requirement, we're looking at the new requirement, which is 2,640. We have to add in a shortfall of 468. We then take off the completions that we've had of 550 and the additional commitments of 1,677. They come off the balance. So the residual is 636 units in accordance with the table we've got on page, not paginated, 236 is the plan, Chairman. Chairman, in terms of how the sites are allocated or the recommendations, we have an accepted, it's been through committee process, a sustainability appraisal that has a whole host of requirements and assessments, a scoring matrix to assess how sites are developable and how they locate to facilities and services, etc. So the allocations aren't just a women of prayer, they are done in as scientific a way as I think we can do allocations. I would just echo, if we are going to change, we would have to look at or take things out or swap sites, which may happen. We would have to go back to the sustainability appraisal and see how alternatives would score within that matrix, Chairman. Other than that, Chairman, I would just add one point to this. One of the issues we will be tested on is how the Part 1 and Part 2 plans align out in terms of housing. We've started off through using the standard methodology and then adding in other requirements. Part of that is a need for additional housing to support employment. So the employment that's been approved in the Part 1 plan will lead to a number of additional houses being required for the workers to come forward to meet that employment growth. And that is one of the main reasons why we're going from the standard methodology figure of 142 dwellings per annum to the recommended 240. That's one of the main reasons. Other than that, Chairman, I think it's for members to debate and ask questions, and we'll try our best to answer them. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Neil. I want to take this opportunity to thank Neil, John, and the rest of the team who've been involved in this process. I want to thank members of the public here this evening and all the people who've contributed. It is absolutely crucial that we get this right. It is a difficult decision for members. We have to find the right balance. And I think what I'm going to request is please we have a debate in a polite manner. People will have different opinions because I think an issue like this, people naturally, if they're looking at their particular areas, their particular ward they represent, they will be quite protective of their area. But we're here to represent Pendle, and it's the whole area that we're representing while we sat on this committee. So I think we just open up the debate, and people will have different views. We might agree, we might not agree with each other, but let's have a fair debate, and let's see where we go with that. So I'll open it up to members to ask questions of Neil or put their own views forward. Who wants to kick off the debate? Councillor Iqbal?
Chairman, I'll kick off the debate. I'll have good things to say later on. But Neil, on page 152, there's a mention in terms of the reserve sites, which one is Halifax Road, one is Auckland, and one is Gig Hill. As far as I recollect, there was a council resolution in terms of Gib Hill, not to build any houses on there, ever. My group had a clear position on that, and I'm sure the other two groups can speak for themselves. So can I just ask why that's been snuck in at the reserve sites?
Chairman, the resolution wasn't to take it out of the disposal list. There was a resolution to look at its long-term future as landowner, but it hasn't actually been taken out of the disposal list.
Okay. So, other colleagues, as you said, Chairman, will have things to move and we'll have a debate. Well, if I throw in one for starters, can I move that we remove Gib Hill from the reserve list?
Thank you.
Second that.
Any other comments?
About Gib Hill, Chairman?
No, anything. Gib Hill. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I also recollect the Halifax Road site being discussed at a previous P&R meeting, where it possibly may be the case, as Neil has pointed out, it was removed from the disposal list, but I'd also like to move that it is removed from the reserve site. I also know, Chairman, that we are looking at the prospect and an investigation over a cemetery area for that site, but in terms of housing, Chairman, I'd move that it's removed completely from the plan.
Thank you. I think that comment's been made in the later on. I think Nelson Master Plan as well. I think that was a recommendation of the Nelson Bradfield Committee. I think they wanted that taken out. Okay, that's fine.
Chairman, can I just ask in terms of process how you're going to deal with things? Are we all going to move and second what we want to do and then vote on it as a mass, or are we going to deal with an individual?
I think what we'll do is we'll listen to all what people want to put forward. And then I'll seek advice from Neil in terms of taking out sites that has on in terms of moving forward to full council. Okay. Councillor Whip?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm surprised that your administration is remaining silent on this.
We won't be silent, don't we?
Well, what I was expecting, Chairman, is that your people would take a lead, put a proposal on the table, and we could agree with it or disagree with it. I've got quite a few comments which affect quite a wide geographical area. But can I kick off with the number one issue, which I think is, to quote your words, crucial to get this right, and that is the numbers. Because as a council, we agreed several months ago that we would reduce the housing number requirement to 142. Now, if you plug 142 into the table that Neil referred to earlier on page, as he said, it's not calculated, 236, then you get a different figure of the remaining requirement for the lifetime of this plan. And in terms of crucialness, that is crucial. So I would propose that we stick to the 142 figure, which then changes the whole complexion of consideration of this local planning report. I pause to see whether I've got a second for that.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Can I speak as well?
Well, I've got loads to say.
I just want to speak on that though.
Pardon?
I just want to speak on that.
Okay. Well, I'll finish talking about the 142 figure because we're still in a state of flux. And back in January, when the majority of councillors voted in favour of the draft document as it stood at that point, I argued that the planning process, the system, the policies, the national policies, were in a state of flux. And 10, 11 months later, we are in a position where they've been in a state of flux, they've come out with some proposals, the parliamentary Conservative group have sort of overturned themselves, done a U-turn, come back on themselves, gone round the U-bend, and we still don't know what the requirements are going to be. The planning white paper effectively has been binned. Michael Gove is bending over backwards to assuage his Tory MPs in the south and southeast that they won't get the housing numbers that we've got. And what I'm reading now is that the government are saying, well, we want to level up areas by having more housing in them. Now, we're one of the target areas for levelling up. So I wonder whether the levelling up is all about building houses, which brings the level up, and then that levels you all up. So I would rather we got the 142 in before the government come through with some fresh figures that says 342, 442, 542 or 1,042, because I think there's a real threat that we will be subsumed with this new national figures, and we'll be told that we have to build a lot more houses than we currently project, even if you're looking at the 240 figure. But I think that 240 figure should be reduced because we don't necessarily have the demand. I don't accept the argument for growth. Councillor David Coburn-Price has argued strenuously to the previous Policy and Resources Committee that in terms of finances, we ought to build more houses. In this report, it tells us that if we agree this policy, there'll be council tax receipts will increase by 2.6 million, which is wonderful, isn't it? And the additional revenues will generate a further £42 million. I'm not quite sure how they're going to generate £42 million, but there you go. So, it is sold as this wonderful thing of growth, and yet, as the speakers from the gallery said, generally people in Pendle are not keen, and that's an understatement, on building on greenfield sites. Implicit in adopting the 240 figure is that building on greenfield site and the threat from the government of levelling up by forcing yet more housing on us. So that's why I'm moving 142. I think we should nail that figure down, and I think that we should be implementing that figure from now on in and reworking all the tables so that we come out with a lower figure at the end of this process. And I think that is, to quote your words, crucial that we get it right. So that's my opinion.
Sarah, because she's had a hand up, I'll bring you Councillor.
Well, Iqbal wants to second me.
Yeah, Sarah's had a hand up, that's fine.
I did have my hand up, and all the time that I had my hand up, the debate has moved. I was going to make some sort of general remarks, which perhaps would still hold true later in the debate, but I'd like to cede to Mr. Stato on my left, who has some numbers that can sort of potentially inform our discussions.
Can we just speak now? Yeah? Okay. I think it's one of those ones whereby many years ago in the core strategy we obviously set a target of 298, which had significant economic aspirations within it. And obviously now the proposal for 240 similarly echoes that to ensure conformity that follows on from the local plan part 1 into part 2 to be able to then follow that lead. I think the thing is that since then, of course, the economic outlook is slightly different. We've all been through COVID, we're still emerging from it, etc. I think people's attitudes are different as well. The sort of hardening up about greenfields, brownfields, etc. Has really developed over the last few years or so. And our understanding of the consequences of making some of these decisions. We know, you know as more experienced councillors than me, that when the target is 298, and if you're behind that, then the spectre of the lack of a 5-year housing land supply is constantly wheeled out in planning reports to say thou shalt approve because we don't have a 5-year housing land supply. I know from my own doorstep that obviously the lower rough, that's the only reason that was passed, inspectors' hands were tied really. Otherwise he would have rejected it. So we knew about that. It took many man-years of time to fight that. Nearly £40,000 of public money was spent in terms of defending that, and obviously we saved the upper rough for the time being anyway. I think one of the things is if you choose the highest figure, and the Litchfield's report, you're right, it does start off with 142 is where you start from, and that is supposed to be the minimum figure that you go for. I think Councillor Whip pointed out if you rejig the tables, then yes, you end up with 142 over an 11-year period. Actually comes up with a target of minus 442. So we can actually knock a few houses down if you like. But I think the discussions we've had about this with the officers, by the way, fantastic job done, officers, on putting this enormous, 2 inches of work together. Absolutely marvellous amount of effort over the last number of months, pulling together all the feedback, etc., updating things. But I think that the feedback we've got and the extra letter that you supplied from our planning barrister, and also the table of different options, basically says that unfortunately we can't just rejig a table, take out a few sites, just change everything to be 142, and hey presto, don't worry, everything's fine, with a massive negative target. Because you can't have everything written to be 240 to fit in with the local plan part 1 and then just suddenly change it. So what we've been advised is that what you have to do essentially is go back to the drawing board, possibly abandon the whole plan, start again. Government says thou shalt do it within 30 months and thou shalt have a 15-year period. So therefore, if you then do all that, then where's my numbers on that one? If you do a 15-year period with a target of 142, then you end up with a target of 102 over a 15-year period. But I'm advised you should have at least a 10% contingency in there based on the original target, which puts it up to 315. So all of those nice smaller numbers. If you have a target of 636, which this plan comes up with, the sites identified in Live 7 and the reserve sites in Live 8 we can talk to look out at the moment with everybody saying, not this field, not this green field, not this site, not that site. But everyone ends up just protecting their own little patch rather than actually looking for the whole of Pendle. And I think what you end up with there is the fact that if you're going to take things out all the time, you have to substitute. It's like councils attending meetings. One doesn't turn up, another one substitutes. If you're going to take something out, you've got to put something in, really. If you're maintaining that target, that's what you've got to do. And I think when it comes back to looking at the plan and how it's put together, the Litchfield report, starting at the 142, I think we all agree, based on the vote we had back in March time, that the lowest, I think it was actually 146 then, but 142 is the new standard target. If you build up from there, Litchfield's housing needs assessment report done in March 2020 put together many different options. And the options basically said, if you want economic growth and you want to target a total of 1,408 extra jobs, rather oddly that's fulfilled by 1,500 extra people, a bit of job sharing, part-time, I don't know. But if you want to do that, then you have to have 240 houses. So if that's what your economic aspiration is, now I don't think those numbers work quite so well, because if you say there's 1,400 extra people coming in, 1,400 extra jobs, then you're suddenly saying that equates to 4,500 people and about 5,000 dwellings. And then you take off the net migration of people out of the borough, and you end up with something that nets down to 240 per year. Now, if you're only creating 1,400 jobs a year, then my maths divides that by 11 or so, I end up with 127 houses per year. So that doesn't work either. So I don't quite know how that works either. But economic aspiration, I think there is a changed agenda between what we all thought in 2015 when the core strategy was first approved. And I think a lot of politicians will look back on that and say, well, we were sort of swept along with positivity then and ambition, and COVID has knocked the socks off people a bit there. And obviously caused a lot of businesses to refocus, reshape what they do, the resources they have, where they do it, people working from home, not necessarily being in buildings. I mean, I have a day job and I work with a client who is based in St Helens and Sydney and Singapore. So, you know, I'm not in either of those places and I don't want to live in any of those places. But you end up with people working in different ways, and that sort of agile working and flexibility is the sort of thing that's there. I think the consequence, though, of going for 142, and Neil has set it out in various documents, the barrister, etc., is that we will have to relook at the creaking evidence base. The evidence base is old. It's in a lot of years since 2015. So a lot of that evidence base will have to be revisited. Now, I don't know which reports are definitely out of date, which reports can be tweaked, updated, etc., you know, and therefore the amount of work in there. I think, I'm hoping you'll say that we can hit the ground running in terms of the main plan plus the supporting documents, and therefore 30 months to produce a new plan would be really quite easy in terms of then, you know, as I say, pulling together that main document and evidence base with the different numbers in it. I think, what else do I need to say about it? Oh yes. One of the other key aspirations of the original core strategy was the idea that it would be adding houses to create a much better balanced housing market. It's all about giving flexibility of housing. The Litchfield report talks a lot about housing ladders. You know, young people want their starter home people want to move to their sort of semi and then they're detached, so they want to downsize again later on. So having that portfolio of houses is something that's quite important. Similarly, the affordability. We know that Pendle is one of the most affordable places in the country, second only to Burnley. And yet, look at the sorts of houses that are being built by our developers. The developers come in, at the moment, they've been, you know, cherry picking the sites they want, you know, on the Lower Rough, for example. I don't think you'd call anything affordable on there, would you? But the definition of affordable, as we know, is 80% of market value or rental value. And the assessment has been that our needs range from 187 to 257 affordable dwellings per year. And if you compare that to 240, that's either 78% or up to 107%. So basically every single house built in Pendle with a 240 target should be affordable. Or you don't balance the housing market. You don't reduce inequality. So therefore, you have a risk there that all the aspirations you had in 2015 will not be achieved by having a target like that. And the affordable housing element is a challenge. Obviously, there's a difference there between affordable housing and low-cost housing, so therefore those two are different. But every planning application we get has a certain percentage of affordable housing in it, and there's always excuses given, aren't there, about low viability or challenge here or whatever. It's marginal there, so they can't afford to do this, therefore no affordable housing. And those sorts of things are not the way to balance the housing market and achieve a vibrant and flexible market. So I think, basically, for that reason, I think that I certainly support a lower figure. 142 is the one where you should start from. And I always believe if you're lining up for a high jump or something like that, and somebody says, if you don't jump 2 metres 98, I'm going to hit you, then I'd rather start off with 1 metre 42. That would be a challenge, don't get me wrong. But I think it's one of those ones whereby let's do the minimum 142 and let's exceed it. If we exceed it because the borough is doing well, because people are coming in, because people's aspirations, the learning power is getting better, that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing we want to then say, yes, 142 is a minimum. And if we have 150 or 190 or 250 or whatever, then yes, that's fantastic. Let's build those in the places that we choose. Because the most important thing with having a number, a target, that you don't get beaten with is that you're in control of the plan. We put a plan together with sites that we would all debate and approve, etc., to come up with something to achieve a target, and then if you're not one of those sites, we can reject it. And that's the power of having the plan. So it is a risk. Another risk, of course, is that if we don't progress this one quickly and we do decide to abandon it in some form or another, then we end up with the fact that the target is still 298. And if I'm a developer, I'm going to just sit there and I'm going to wait and I'm going to go, right, I'll have a look at benches, I'll have a look at other Dixon Barrow Ford, I'll have a look at the Upper Rough, I'll wander around all those places, I'll get with the on lights out and I'll scare the locals, because 298 is still the target. And we'll have to look at those applications in the good old-fashioned way of good, solid planning reasons. So it's all about control, our choices, but starting from a minimum and beating it.
Sarah?
Here.
David, one of the stats that David didn't share with us is how many times we've reached our target over the last 10 years or so.
Yes, well, even on a standard methodology target of 142, in the last 10 years, we've actually only met 142 4 times. And they've been in the recent 2 or 3 years, really. So even that's been a challenge. We're not shy of giving planning permissions. One of the figures you've seen from the table, 1,677 extant planning permissions. Huge number. Get them built for lazy builders.
So, if I could continue. I think it's a really... do you want to come in?
No.
I think that John Holton and the team have done an outstanding job to move this local plan part 2 on from what went out to consultation. And I voted for that consultation so people could see it and talk about it. And that debate happened. And it's wonderful that so many people responded. And John has responded to them and their concerns, especially about greenfield sites. But ultimately, it does come down to what is driving the need for this land. And what is driving the need for the land is the target. And it's not a matter of just taking a simple vote tonight and saying, oh, we'll just go with 142, because I was discussing it with Carol in the car. And it's a bit like that children's game where you draw, a clown's head and body, and then a ballerina's legs and feet, and they don't match up. And that's currently what we've got. And they have to match up, because otherwise the inspector will likely throw it out. So it's a terrible thing to say.
Chairman, could I just interrupt? Are we talking about Peppa Pig?
No.
Never seen it.
Never seen it.
Your boss has done.
Well, we don't have a little child.
We've got Bojo instead.
Please, can we?
So we've got to marry this up, and we've got to marry this up successfully. And I was there in 2015, but looking around this room, actually, how many of us were here? I think it was only sort of 4 of us that were there, and most of the other councillors who would be sitting in full council chamber, they weren't there too. And just as the public view has changed a bit, I think the councillors' view has changed. And just looking at the debate that preceded us speaking here, it was already, and I have great sympathy with the people of Barrow Ford, by the way. You know, could we just do this, but without this site in Barrow Ford? And I understand that. And it's the same with Gibb Hill. But there is a knock-on effect. And the only reason there's a knock-on effect is because we're driven by the target. So we could choose not to take the pressure off the planning department, I admit, but to take the pressure off us in the future if we go for a longer plan of 15 years and we aren't shackled to anything other than what we have to achieve. And then that way, we don't have the pressure and we won't have to have the special pleadings of what clearly are much loved sites in their localities. And I also feel, back to small children again, it is a bit like telling them to eat their dinner. In that, if you say, actually, there is no pudding unless you have the broccoli. The broccoli, of course, is brownfield sites in this position. Then there is no jelly. And really, if you know that you can just have jelly, which is the greenfield sites, then why wouldn't you, as a developer, go straight for the jelly? So I think that by having the focus on the brownfield, by having the lower numbers, which is the broccoli, we will make them focus on many much loved we will make them avoid their much loved areas, and we'll make them focus on investing in our areas that do need development. In Combe, where I am chairman of the neighbourhood plan, we've put forward a series of sites, some of them owned by this council, and nearly all of them had buildings, whether they're industrial buildings or they are former terraced houses, once. And we've been out to consultation twice with this plan, and we are supported by people who say, please, Sarah, this site has a lowering effect on our whole area. Could it be developed? It would be wonderful if it was developed. I think it would improve the town if we could encourage those developers to develop those sites. But they won't naturally do that if there's the developer's equivalent of jelly, which is the green field. By having a lower number, by realigning the local plan part 2 to something that agrees with that, and a tweaked local plan part 1, with the new housing needs assessment and economic analysis, we could achieve that and force the focus on regeneration and brownfield and protecting our greenfield.
Thank you, Sarah. Do you want to come back in now, or shall I bring in Neil?
I'll come in now and then listen to the words of wisdom from Neil. Chairman, just let me give you a drawback to an article in the newspaper, a press release that you issued back on the 8th of May, where the headline was, "New Tory leader of Pendle Council vows to protect Borough's greenfields." You then go on to say that you listened to people during the election campaign, and protecting our greenfield is also a big priority for our residents. Now, Councillor Whip, when he spoke in Proposal 142, talked about yourself as the leader, and you forwarded this report, and you talked quite eloquently in terms of your forward. I would have expected that in the last 7 months, you as leader of this council would have done some of the legwork in terms of bringing something here tonight, and not relying on the opposition to propose a figure which will cause a significant amount of work for you and John and the team, and I assume that's why the top table are having a conversation as to which way we go tonight. But I am genuinely disappointed that you've still kept quiet, and I'm intrigued, generally intrigued and interested as to what you've got to say in terms of the plan and what your personal views are as leader of this council. Because if you as the leader of the council don't support the 142 starting figure and listen to as Sarah described Mr Stato next to her, Councillor David Corbyn-Price, I caught most of what he said, but and he'll correct me no doubt if I'm wrong, that he's supporting the figure as the 142. We can agree that tonight, and if then work needs to be done away from this committee, I think you need to take the lead as leader and instigate that work to be done. But I think it generally is misleading to the people of Pendle for you as leader to come to this meeting and not speak. You're here to lead the council. I've sat in that same chair as yourself, and I would have expected you in my position to say, well, what have you got to say as leader? I've not heard anything from you tonight in terms of this, and I generally want to listen to what you've got to say in terms of the figures, in terms of some of the sites, bearing in mind you were elected on the back of protecting the greenfields.
Thank you, Councillor Wick, for that input as usual. In terms of how the debate started, you started to propose individual sites. That's why I made the comments at the outset. This is not about me raising or bringing forward sites for Barrowford, Sarah doing the same in Corn, Councillor Wick doing it in West Craven, you doing it in Nelson. That isn't the correct approach. The correct approach is in terms of lowering the starting figure in the first place, which is 142. And Councillor Wick, if you listen to the debate, it's quite clear where our group's position is. Made it categorically clear if you listen to what Councillor Corbyn-Price has been saying in terms of supporting the 142 figure. Sarah's been talking about a similar sort of figure as well in terms of the 142. I think there is consensus amongst councillors in terms of the 142 figure. In terms of saying that you're disappointed in terms of what work has been, what's happened in terms of discussions behind the scenes, we've had numerous meetings and discussions with the planning manager, with members in our own group. We've been taking advice in terms of the figure. And what comes out of all them discussions, what we've had previously and tonight, is if we are looking at the 142 figure, we can't just simply proceed with the documents that before us. They are going to have to be looked at and the numbers recalculated. So if you're assuming that discussions haven't been taken, work hasn't happened behind the scenes, you're factually incorrect in your assumption.
Sorry, can I just clarify then, if the consensus is on the 140, you're saying that work needs to be done, but what are you proposing in terms of
well, this matter, because it's such an important matter, it has to go to full council. That's the advice I've been given. It has to go to full council for final decision. We can't decide it here, it has to go there, and that's the recommendation, that this will go there. We'll have, I'm sure, a similar sort of discussion there, and the administration will bring the resolution at full council, which will in effect support what's being discussed here in terms of law figure. So that I'll move that it goes to full council for final ratification.
But the recommendation from here is that it's the 142 figure.
Yeah, because that's the resolution. That's what's been discussed by councillors, Councillor Wick, yourself, and myself. So I think that seems to be consensus across the board. Councillor Wick.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'm glad there is consensus on 142 because I was completely bamboozled by the Corbyn-Prices talking about property. And to quote David Corbyn-Price, he said basically we can't just change to 142. And then he said if you don't have 240, you don't balance the market. So I am frankly confused about the position of your group. And so I would be very, very happy, Mr. Chairman, if at this point you put 142 to the vote as a recommendation to the council, and if the committee approves that, it changes the nature and the complexion of the discussion. But I did have quite a long list of issues that I wanted to pick up on, and I do want to return to those when we've disposed of 142.
Yeah, we can either do it that way, or we can just simply say go to full council. We can have, and the resolution can remove that full council for the 142.
Well, yes, Chairman, but you said to move it to the full council. I mean, there is a huge amount of detail in here, some of which our group fundamentally disagree with, and I want to come on to some of those issues. And I do think that, you know, if you're going to put it to the council as a document, whether it's 2 inches thick or 32mm thick, as I suggested earlier on, that, you know, we need to hammer out some of the issues, or at least have some understanding of what the points of difference are.
Yeah, my understanding is the figure 142, if that's what the figure is, the reports are going to fundamentally change. So it won't be this document that will be approved at full council. It can't be, surely.
No, it will be a decision. What you do
It's just be the figure.
Approve the figure, and at the same time, I think authorise further work
has to be done. You can't decide on that.
No, but to justify that.
It's totally different. So I think that's all that's going to be, that we can decide at this stage is the figure.
Chairman, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
We don't decide. We're making a recommendation to full council. So if we decide 142 and there's what, 9 of us, and the other 24 disagree with us and say it should be 240 at full council, I don't think that work needs to happen after tonight's meeting, because the council has to ratify the 142.
Yeah.
So I'm just slightly...
No, but the work can't happen before the full council.
Okay, I'm sorry, you just said work would happen. That's what I'm
no,
trying to clarify.
you can't do it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's impossible.
That's fine.
The amount of works that are going to be involved, I'm sure Neil Watson will know how much work there is.
Chairman, there's zero chance of that work being done, but that's why we got also some advice that's been circulated. It would change so fundamentally from what's been consulted on. There would have to be another reconsultation, and the other issue clearly is about it would no longer align with the aspirations in the Part 1 plan. Real concern in that case that with the evidence base, somebody asked about the evidence base, it's the employment, retail, etc. that is creaking. My view is it's probably going to be having to look towards another plan because the evidence will creak so much. I don't think it will be. Yeah. Well, it's in the paperwork before you and the matrices that you've got forward. But Chairman, if we just may say one thing about the economic aspirations, etc., and the figure. As you see in Appendix 2, there's a report from Litchfields that I think really does need serious consideration to say. Effectively, Litchfields are saying you've got economic aspirations and there will be jobs growth. That's even with Brexit and the impacts of that, and with COVID, there will be growth in your economy going forward. The basic 142 is about demographic change. It's not about economic change. And one of the big issues for me with this is lecturers are actually saying that we predict you will harm your economy. You will not have enough housing to cater for the people who come for those jobs. So it's not just about housing numbers, and I understand perfectly about green fields, and I'm not unsympathetic to that, but it's not just about that. And one of the focus I would suggest you look at as well is that prediction of actually it will harm your economic performance going forward, and that really to me is one of the key areas that we're looking at. That 142 will not sustain you economically going forward as a borough.
Okay. Sarah?
My sort of feeling about that as a councillor now over a few years standing is that every single area committee we have windfall sites that come forwards. Last area committee we had 6 flats, we had something else, a couple of houses. We have windfall sites, every single area committee, and we make approvals for every single area committee. And there's nothing to stop us with all of those windfall sites, as well as the sites that will be in a new plan, of approving those and actually following the economy if we like those sites and approving them. There's nothing to stop us. This is your 143rd home, you can't approve it. Of course you can. The awful thing for those of you that have been in councils for the last few years is the horrible thing whereby the pressure is on to approve something that you very much don't like, and we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, and then there is that sentence that's at the end of the report that says the planning balance is altered in favour of development and in favour of approval. Councillors get very close to their areas, and sometimes there are applications that you just know are in the wrong place, and quite often the planning discussion won't allow it. I've been on a site with Mike whereby the planning application was for a site that people use as amenity green space, and right next to it there is brownfield land that people would like to see developed, and you can't have those kinds of discussions. You have to only discuss that application that's in front of you right here and right now, and that's what's awful about it. And by having a lower figure, you don't necessarily cap it, but you take that kind of stick approach away without removing the carrot.
Thank you, Sarah.
Are we voting on the 142?
That's all we can vote for at this moment in time, because, like I said, the discussion which our group have been having with the planning manager is around that figure, and I understand the implications that has in terms of fundamentally changing where we are. So we can agree the figure, but the work has going to have to recommence, and possibly, like Neil has mentioned, going out to public consultation, updating the report, and then coming back to, at a future time, whenever that is, as soon as possible, come back to Policy and Resource Committee, and then subsequently a future full council meeting. But I think for the time being, yeah, we agree on the 142 figure, that goes to full council, and then we pass the resolution at full council if that gets approved. So it's a full council decision. Why are you looking puzzled, Councillor Wick?
Well, I've proposed quite a simple resolution that we recommend a figure of 142.
Yeah, we're all saying that, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I'm assuming that's going to go to the next council meeting, and we get that done and dusted.
Yeah.
You proposed a resolution that, and we can review exactly what that was, but essentially you were saying, you sort of passed the whole thing to the council to consider. And I just want to be clear, what I proposed was solely about the 142, and I wasn't proposing the rest of the document in any shape or form.
I think what the point I'm trying to make is the rest of the document is going to fundamentally change because of them figures.
Yes.
So we can't go, if you discuss the document, it's pointless in effect.
Well, I do want to make some
comments. You make some comments,
But can we vote on the 142 and get that out of the way?
Yeah, all those in favour of the 142? Yeah, that's the recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I pick up some points, Chairman, because quite frankly, I was appalled when I looked at the detail of this report, and it's quite clear that members of your administration have been meeting with Mr Watson. You've had numerous meetings behind the scenes. Because when I looked at the detail in this report, I find that 50% of the new housing requirements is in West Craven. 100% of the new industrial land, 7 hectares, is in West Craven. You have proposals for 67 houses land at Foster Road, which is a planning application we turned down, I think, at the last meeting in this committee. You've got 64 houses in a greenfield site at Kelbrook. Then you've got 35 houses, new road garage site at Erie, 65 at Barnoldswick in Barnoldswick. You've got 43 at Spring Mill in Erie, and I've been chomping at the bit to get on with those. And then there's 87 houses proposed for a key industrial area in Barnoldswick, which would displace scores of small businesses. The lifeblood of Barnoldswick would be cast aside in order to replace those businesses with houses. And quite frankly, 50% of development, housing development in West Craven, 100% of industrial development in West Craven. Well, it just looks to me as if some councillors have gone to the planning manager and his staff and said, well, we don't want it in our backyard, but it's all right in West Craven. Well, the residents of West Craven will not accept that. The residents of West Craven will not accept
councillors are saying that, Councillor Wick?
Pardon?
Are you suggesting councillors are saying that?
You had the meeting.
You've just said we've had numerous meetings with the planning manager, and Councillor Sarah Coleman-Price said it was wonderful that John Holton had responded and that they'd moved the local plan on. You've moved the local plan on by moving all the development into West Craven. For goodness sake! We're supposed to be looking at the whole of Pendle here.
Councillor Wick, stop shouting.
I'm not shouting, I'm speaking strongly.
No, you're not. You're shouting.
I am speaking strongly because the residents that I represent are going to be aghast at what's in these proposals.
I don't think you've listened to the debate, Councillor Wick. The 140 fundamentally changes the whole picture.
Chairman,
that's the whole reason it's
Chairman,
accepted.
it's not me that's been having meetings with Mr Watson and his staff. It's you guys and your administration, and you have twisted this plan to put all that development in West Craven, and you're not ashamed of yourselves.
Not ashamed. No one's twisted anything, Councillor.
Well, why on earth then do we have a whole table? A 50% of the housing development in West Craven, a third of it in Barnoldswick. When the draft went out, there was a single small reserve site in Barnoldswick, and you've gone from that to proposing that there should be 361 new properties in Barnoldswick. So don't tell me that this hasn't been manipulated, because it's as plain as the Pikestaff there is.
Who's manipulated it? Who's manipulated it?
Well, you said yourself. We've had numerous meetings with the planning manager.
We have meetings. What does that mean?
And Sarah Coleman-Price said
Councillor Wick,
that John Holton had responded and we've moved the local plan on.
Councillor Wick, I said we've had meetings. That doesn't mean anyone's manipulating
Well,
it.
Chairman,
We've said put everything in West Craven.
From the draft to this,
hear me out, please.
From the draft to this, you've gone from 0 in Barnoldswick to 361. So explain that.
I'll let Councillor Mr Watson speak. Want him to speak. Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to get involved in the politics of this clearly, but the housing numbers in the West Craven and M65 come from policy SDP2, the spatial distribution, and from the sustainable settlement study, which has been approved in terms of proportions. So there is science behind that. Some of the changes have come about, and again, I really don't want to be political about this, but for example, Aspen Grove came out. We had to change sites within that, so there are changes that have happened due to sites not being available. It's not the one instance. The 6 houses in Kelbrook is in the neighbourhood plan as well, so it's an allocation there, so that just ties in with that. In terms of the employment allocation, the Part 1 local plan had within it a requirement. Lomishay took up 32 hectares of that. And there was a commitment within that, and in the inspector's report there was a need to put some new employment within the West Craven area. So that was on the West Craven, the West Craven site in Ebis. So there are reasons behind why the allocations have been put there. It's not for any pressure that's been put on us either to do that.
And finally, Chairman, Brookshed at Erie, there is unanimous support for that to be a housing allocation site. And yet, of the sites in Erie, you've taken it out. So, you know, you've got 100 up Stony Bank Road in the reserve list, and you've taken Brookshed out. There is no credibility to this proposed local plan whatsoever. And, you know, let's work on the 142, let's have a fresh plan, because this is, it wants to be consigned to the dustbin.
That would happen anyway, Councillor Wick. If you change the figures, it fundamentally changes the whole document. So I don't know why you've been shouting and making all sorts of accusations without any evidence whatsoever. Well, failing to apologise for it. Yeah, recording it and accusing councillors of putting pressure on offices, manipulating it. And do you think the deputy leader of the council, Councillor Mike Waltalk, wasn't part of these discussions? Would it just let us say, for Sarah or myself to say,
I can't comment on Mike's political acumen.
But so you're trying to suggest that us councillors, we would have said, we don't want in our backyard, we'll have in West Craven. Mike would be that as deputy leader.
So it's just explain to me, Chairman. It's been explained to you. Explain to me, no, Chairman. Explain to me how you go from 0 in Barnoldswick to 361 in the space of 10 months.
You've had an explanation.
No,
so
it wasn't an explanation.
If you're not going to
at
accept anything else, it's fine, okay? So, Councillor Leaker.
I don't shout, as you know, Chairman. But can I just ask yourself, I mean, you did say that you, as an administration, have had a number of meetings with officers, and that's good. But I would have surely expected that if you've had those meetings, and I refer to taking the Gibb Hill site out, you as an administration were clearly aware of the strong beliefs from people in terms of where Gibb Hill stood. Just hear me out now. You're strongly aware in terms of some of the other sites that were there. If you've been having meetings with officers, I wasn't in the meeting, so I can't speculate, but I think it helped me and the other councillors around the table in terms of if you shed some light what the meetings were about. Were the meetings to discuss the meetings, or were they the actual meetings to discuss the local plan? Because no disrespect to your group. What you said in the press a couple of days ago was that, that was on something else to speak on. But if you had input in terms of this local plan, if you could just help me, I'm sure the councillors can speak for themselves, but if you could just help me as to what officers originally proposed and what you as leader and your group managed to get changed, that would be helpful. And then secondly, in terms of the housing site allocation, Councillor Wick's quite rightly speaking very strongly and passionately in terms of West Craven, but if I was cynical, and I'm not usually cynical, if I was looking at housing site allocations, for example, there's only one site in Corn that's identified as a housing site in terms of on page 128. Majority are in West Craven, the next big majority is Nelson Briarfield. I'm just seeking from you as leader what the rationale is for the site allocation, because if I look at the Nelson Briarfield ones, there's some that will never get off the ground, because as a council we've got other plans for them and you've been party to those discussions. So I'm intrigued if you can share with me what meetings you've had and what those discussions were, what you managed to get changed from Mr Watson bullying you into accepting his local plan. And I've used that in the mind about not suggesting that deal with bully anybody.
Councillor Iqbal, you're an experienced councillor, I'm sure you understand the procedure. These are recommendations of officers. They come before a committee. This is a committee, a politically balanced committee. It's for us then to have a discussion around what the officers are recommending, and it's then for us, like every other report, to accept or not accept. In terms of you saying, why wasn't Gibb Hill taken out, why wasn't this site taken out, I'll take you back to the beginning again, trying to explain. We can't just simply say, we're going to take out Gibb Hill, take a particular site out, because if we're working from a higher figure from the outset, you're going to end up with higher numbers. The whole point of having a lower figure is, then we're not arguing over little sites, and then we've got a lower starting figure to begin with. That's the whole point, and that's the discussion we've been having behind the scenes. But because of the work that's been going for years and years, not just in the last 6 months, you can't simply disregard. We couldn't just simply say, me as a leader, say, we don't want that any of it in it. It's not in my power to do it. It's a committee. It's not. It's a committee system. It's not for me to decide. That's why it's going to full council. It's council about stop being mischievous as usual. Let's get on with business.
Chairman, just a point of personal explanation. I'm entitled to. Council's constitution allows me that. Just for your benefit, you've said that you've had meetings.
Yeah.
You're a clear outright administration, are you not?
Yeah.
So if you say to officers, as an administration, instead of you as officers bringing a report, which potentially could be binned, in theory, because we're now going to the 142 figure, you as an administration could have not wasted all that time, all that paper, all that effort of officers and residents.
Councillor Iqbal, you've asked since 2015.
Chairman, let me
if you wanted to really bin it,
Chairman, you're not letting me finish. You could have avoided all that wastage of time by bringing forward an administration local plan proposal. You've not, but if you're proposing that it goes to full council at 142, and then at 142 the full council said, well, Neil and team go back and come back at future dates, which might be a while off, and if that's progress, then so be it.
But that's what's going to happen, Councillor Iqbal. Let me make it. If you go with the 142...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but every single green field is open for developers to come and stick their houses on there while we're waiting for a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Iqbal. Last speaking now.
Well, Chairman, just two things. First of all, back in 2018, we were on the cusp of going to site allocations, and the Conservative majority administration, you recall it was your defection and that of others that gave the Conservatives what I would call an artificial majority at that time, decided, I think it was in July 2018, to kick the local plan site allocations into the long grass. And 3 years later, more than 3 years later now, we've only got to the point of discussing site allocations. So I think it's disingenuous to suggest that it was 2015. Actually, 2018 was the decision to kick into the long grass. The second thing, and just picking up the point that Councillor Iqbal made about the sole site that is allocated in Colne, or within the draft plan presented, land south of Colne Water, Cotton Tree Lane. And that's the ELA site. And if you look at the text on page 138, it says, justification, the site is currently occupied by an engineering business but will soon become vacant due to a planned relocation. Now, I think everybody in the chamber, well, councillors, are aware that ELA were due to relocate to Lomershire Phase 1, and they were going to take the majority of the space there. And we now know that ELA are not moving to Lomershire, and indeed my understanding is that they will remain on their existing site. So the single site that has been allocated in Cotton Tree now appears to be completely defunct, because they're going to continue to operate from that property. So I just ask the question, does the right hand know what the left hand is doing?
Thank you, Councillor. Sarah.
Well, these things occasionally change, and sometimes not in the way that you wish. But in fact, Colne does have lots of potential sites. Another one, for example, that's owned by LCC and this council is Bunkers Hill, which would fit 70 houses upon it. There are, in fact, lots of opportunities within Colne, and we have just recently received some viability analysis from locality that underlines that sites in code are in fact viable, perhaps not wildly profitable, perhaps only marginally viable, but viable, and so therefore they would be valid sites to be in the next iteration of this plan, and it's no way that you'd say, oh my goodness, if we don't have ELE then we have nothing. We actually do have a nice bank, and within the neighbourhood plan, I think it's something like 328 units within the settlement boundary, which I know that Coners welcome. So I would love a focus on that. And I know that there are actually developers who are interested in doing some of those sites right now.
This is definitely last
Yeah,
week.
just a quick closing point, just to help people understand. You all seem to think that code is being terribly proactive by having a neighbourhood plan. What a good idea that is. What it means is, I'm sure you've seen this table. This table has all the different locations in it. It has the targets split out by the different areas. Nelson 904, Cone 904. How many houses have been built over the last 7 years in each of those locations? Answer, well, Cone now has a target of 12. So that's our target for the next 9 years of the plan period. So Cone has done remarkably well in terms of having 464 houses built over the last 7 years. So that's why Cone has a lower target, is because it's prepared to take on that sort of building, and it's prepared to volunteer lots of brownfield sites, which Sarah says part of the neighbourhood plan, have been consulted on. That neighbourhood plan has been worked on for years and years, and this is where it leads to. It leads to being in control of what Cone gets developed, what Cone gets protected, and how Cone develops. So it's a lesson to you all.
Thank you. I think I'm going to move progress. The resolution on the table is the previous resolution of the full council. It's going to go to full council next month. So all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Okay. Item 14. Apologies to Pauline Shaw. Very, very sorry to keep you waiting so long. The floor's yours. You've got up to 5 minutes to speak.
Chairman, would you like to please, if they can speak with you, please?
Of course, yes, no problem.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to keep it short. I feel like it's been a long way. All about you all. For me, it's been a long way. So I'm just going to read a little bit on behalf of the residents and then just have my own personal bit, but we'll keep it short. My name is David Hammond. I'm one of the residents of Kingston President. I'm speaking as a member of the Residents Association of Kingston President. But I'm the plan to plant all waters on our regional president. We were all shocked that Pendle Council has passed the plan to remove fruit trees and planting on Maidstone back in October 2020 without having consulted us as residents. At that meeting, it was stated that there would be no objections to the plan. And after intervention by our ward councillors, it was agreed that a letter would be posted to the residents, and we will be consulting on the matter and have our views be taken into consideration. This did not happen. Feeling very disappointed, disgusted and badly let down by our council, we came together to discuss the matter, and most of us are against the idea of fruit trees being planted, which would also take away our recreation ground, which we all love. Therefore, we contacted Neil McGowan and Karen Howard, our local councillors, regarding this matter, and they were very helpful. The residents got a petition signed and received letters of objection to the plan. I must point out that there were 74 properties on the present, and 7 of those were unoccupied at the time of signing the petition. The result of this petition was that 91 were against the fruit trees and only 6 were for. We presented our case to the Nelson Bright Children Legal Committee on the 7th of June, which point was decided to finally hold a consultation. It took a further 2 months for this to happen on the 9th of August, and we feel that the situation has gone on too long. I would like to finish off by saying that the President is a community hub for many people of all different age groups. The President provides a space for people to exercise and meet socially, helping people with their mental health, also allowing parents peace of mind knowing that their children are in a safe place.
The Crescent has been a godsend for many people during the restrictions forced upon us all by the court during the pandemic. We are therefore at court urging you to overturn this decision by scrapping any plans for the Crescent. So that was put together by the residents as a whole. And I'd just like to say personally that I've only lived on Ringstone Crescent for 2 years. And me and my partner chose that house because of the Crescent. And we absolutely worked our behinds off to get that house. We paid over the odds simply because of that big Crescent and because it's just perfect for children. My son is 11 and he carries his football nets across there. And over the summer we have seen children come from all around, not just the Crescent. We've seen children, we've seen young people, teenagers, 19-year-olds all come up and play on that Crescent. And I'm sure you'll agree that there's a big problem with young people at the moment. There's not much for them to do as it is. There's nowhere for them to go. There's been huge cuts to youth services. We've got the Con in Action Youth Group, or whatever it's called. There's nothing in Nelson for children and young people. So I would just like to plead with you all to not take away this space, which they thoroughly enjoy and get a lot from.
Thank you. I think when this was originally discussed, I think it was done with the right of intentions. We do have a huge challenge of addressing the climate change. This is council land and we did agree to plant trees on this land. But I think in view of the strong objections from residents, a vast majority of residents, we do not want to see trees being planted on this site. I will move the recommendation I set out that the planting of trees on this site is not approved as a result of objections received from local residents. So I'll move that.
So the actual tree planting of the planting of the trees on Ringstone Crescent has been a bit of a baptism of fire for me as a councillor. They're all laughing because what happened was when I first saw it, I thought, what a lovely idea, build an orchard, the children would be able to go and pick the fruit, it'd be a really nice space, all lovely, and thought about it like that. And then I got bombarded with emails and letters, people stopping on the street, you don't live there, what do you know about it? You were elected by us to represent us. Even little Ollie at the back wrote me a letter, don't take my space away. So I think following the consultation that we had on the Crescent in August, it became really clear just how strongly the residents felt about it. And each household had a different reason for using it. So like Junior Faye's lad gets his nets out. Alia says it's the only place where she feels safe. She can see, her grandma can see her for wherever she goes. And I think in the time following the pandemic now, where we're promoting outdoor spaces, I think the only way to go to that is to recommend that we don't plant those trees on Ringstone Crescent and we give them that space.
Sarah?
I'm chairman of the Pendle Council's Climate Emergency Working Group, and I was furious with Karen for standing up for you because I love trees and I love orchards and I love tree planting.
But you don't live on Ringstone Crescent, though, do you?
Please let Sarah.
I'm coming to it. I'm coming to it.
It's all fire.
to make you a deal here. And I also spoke to Lee Johnson, who was also equally mystified because he said it'll only be round the edge, they'll still have space in the middle. But ultimately, this council isn't here to sort of try and enforce things on people who are vehemently against. And actually, in my ward, I have, and I'm sure other people in their wards as well, I'm not trying to snap all of your trees, but in my ward, I've identified quite a few areas where we'd be really grateful for the allocation. And I know that there are interviews in progress now to replace our former tree officer. So as soon as that new person is in post, I will be sending an email with a suggestion of where these trees could be, in my view, and I'm sure other people will be too, so that they'll still get planted in Pendle and they'll still be doing their good work. And perhaps you could come and pick an apple in Barnoldswick and you'd be welcome. You can, excellent. I might even make a crumble. That way we don't lose that drive for greening our borough, which still has only 8% tree cover, which is really, really low compared with certainly many European countries and large swathes of this country too.
Councillor Wick?
Thank you, Chairman. I must admit to some bemusement, certainly in Erie Courts, Barnoldswick, there is quite an appetite, if not to consume apples and pears, and that's another of the 5 a day, but to plant trees and plant fruit trees. So just following on from Sarah's comments there, and we have got 420 trees at our front door, which we need to plant in the next couple of weeks, but we can take some fruit trees as well, and we've got places that those fruit trees can get planted. So if there's fruit trees going back in, we're more than happy to take some in West Raven.
Thank you. This takes me back 20 odd years when I canvassed on Ringstone Crescent. I don't know who before, I don't think it was for me, but anyway, certainly in her party. And the use that the children then got out of that area for coming home from school. I think I know I was canvassing one tea time in the summer, or leading up to the election anyway, I know it was like. And the amount of children that played on that area, and it's one area that really sticks out in my mind for a community space for the children. And I know, I'm sure, you might have been one of those children. In fact, I think I remember you. Yeah. Well, yeah.
You didn't throw an apple at me, did
you? So yeah, it's really important that continues. It just evoked that memory to me all those years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've moved the recommendations being seconded. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. That's passed. Yeah, of course you can. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, get on.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, it's only 2 minutes to 10.
Oh, the bathroom's ending there.
Bedtime mode is on my phone now.
So I think we need to speed up now. Well, we've got another important document now. Item 5. This is the draft final Nelson Master Plan. Absolutely crucial document this. Comments have been made by various interested parties. Can someone close that door? Thank you. Comments have been made from various interested parties, public stakeholders. The consultation has been done. It's gone to the area committee, who've put forward comments, and also comments have been put forward by Nelson Town Deal Board, which was I think last week or the week before. So I think in terms of the recommendations that are before us, in terms of the comments put forward by the Nelson Bradford Wheeler Committee, says investigate the possible compulsory purchase of Pendle Rise. I think that's already happening anyway through Nelson Town Deal. So I don't think that's, I'm not sure if that needs to be in here, but it can be if people want it to stay. And removing the Halifax Road site as an opportunity site for housing within the master plan. So I think happy to accept that if that's what the committee decides, so I'll move that to be included. At the town board, various comments were made, particularly by the chair of that meeting, Stephen Barnes, whose overall view was that the final master plan report he felt wasn't ambitious enough. There was words, and he mentioned some of the points which are on paragraph 9 in terms of connectivity, housing, etc. In terms of, he made a request for myself, together with the Chief Exec, to agree outputs and targets for the next few years through LEP and the LCC. I think that's going to be more a county deal now through that, I would suggest. So I'll do that together with those put forward plans and our suggestions from the council. So if members want to add something in terms of their comments, that's fine. Any speakers? Yeah, Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't plan on repeating the remarks, following the discussion at the board. One issue that I have noticed again and again in terms of the comments that have come forward, because this is the first time I've properly, comprehensively gone over them, it cries out to me the need for diversity champions. Again and again, there appears to be comments around community cohesion, that Nelson has lost its image, or what is Nelson's image, from the very beginning. And for me, being born and bred in this town, and hopefully I'll be here forever in some way, shape or form, it cries out to me, as I mentioned, that we do require emphasis on diversity champions, linked in with the other remarks I made at the board about marketing. Marketing now is clearly an online phenomenon. I made the point at the town deal board that you have celebrities who are not really celebrities, but because of online marketing and the manner in which online marketing works, it's phenomenal to see the influence that individuals can have. Why can't we translate that to towns? And the simple answer is we can, Chairman. It requires specialist attention. There are specialist PR companies, consultants, etc., that I think we should really be talking to. And I know that there's a lot of work that goes on in the back with Mike Williams, for example, with the tourism side. We have the Visit Pendle magazine, which is great to read, but my view is times have moved along. Magazines are read, but it's the online world that is king right about now, Chairman. My view is that there should be a greater emphasis around SEO operation, for example, in particular, not just the borough-wide, but town-wide. For example, Corn may not necessarily have an SEO operation, but it does have. It does. Okay. Well, there you go. I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
I was going to tell you about it.
Thank you. And it clearly works, because we've heard time and time again how Corn has its own independent high street, etc. And whilst there's obviously efforts on the ground which have to follow that, you still have that overarching approach via SEO, via social media and that online world. And I think Nelson needs to come into that world. With the town investment, in terms of the projects that have been highlighted in the overall bid, it has to be linked into that online world, Chairman. Otherwise, people are going to be saying what they've been saying the last time investment happened in the town. Where did it go? What happened? Or what was the point of the shuttle? Every project has its own significance, and we have to get that message across to residents. That message can easily be lost sometimes, but I strongly feel, Chairman, that with the technological advancements and the world we live in, Nelson really needs to start moving into that 21st century online world. So I want to repeat those comments, Chairman, and I think somewhere, or in some shape, way or form, I'm hoping those comments will be picked up, that a serious approach is taken on SEO. So give me an example. Nelson has two golf clubs, for goodness sake. 2 golf clubs. Some areas, again, not to be stereotypical, don't have any where you would probably expect there to be more than one. Nelson has 2 golf clubs. Alongside the rich history, in terms of the personalities of times gone by, a marketing approach will put that image back on the borough's map, and I feel strongly about that, Chairman, and I'm hoping colleagues will support my view that a real emphasis and a targeted approach on SEO and obviously the online technological advances is really investigated and delivered, Chairman.
Then comment in terms of comments, Councillor, can we incorporate them somehow within the plan? Yeah. Sarah?
Aware of the time, I'm speaking very quickly and at you. Yes, we have all of that in the cone, and obviously it's part of our bid. And I have encouraged you in previous meetings, we would very happily come and speak to your people about some of the things that we do. We've got weirdy facts about Cone, we've got videos of meet our characters of Cone, we've got campaigns that I'm not telling you about that are coming next. We're doing the SEO, we're sort of now on TikTok, and all of that is sort of building buy-in at different levels. So every single one of those come to Cone posts are viewed by thousands and thousands of people and have hundreds of likes. And so it's, as you say, it's the groundswell within the town, but you're also reaching out in the area so that you were aware of our campaign, and you might not have been interested, but you were still aware of it. And I'm sure it can be done for Nelson, because there are loads of interesting historical facts and future facts and different facts that you could put before people and make them discover. When I showed David our Come to Cone video, he said, that's not Cone. And it is. And it's just to encourage people to explore.
So in terms of the recommendation, I think we can take on board comments Councillor Ali made, and if we can take on board the views of the Nelson Bradford Wheatley Committee in terms of Pendle Rise and removing the Halifax Road site. Yeah. Happy? I'll move that. Everyone's happy with that? Yeah? All those in favour? Against? Item 7, Levelling Up Fund. Good news that we've got £6.5 million in round 1 of the Levelling Up Fund for Corn Town Centre. So the recommendations are before us. In terms of allocating £553,000 from the Development Opportunities Project, this was a condition of the bid that we put in this match funding. So I'll move the recommendation 2 as well. Item number 3 is that we agreed to act as the accountable body for the round 1 programme. Item number 4 is delegating authority to section 151 officer to enter into agreements, and then it's the £125,000 capacity funding which has been secured to support the development of future bids, which I think is crucial. I think we need the capacity to take this forward, and particularly when we're focusing on round 2, that's absolutely crucial that the work starts on that, and we put the strongest possible bid in round 2. Sarah? So I'll move the recommendation.
Yeah, I'll second you.
Okay, Councillor Wood?
Thank you, Chairman. Clearly, this is a success. If we look at paragraph 3 and then paragraph 4, the proposals around redevelopment, the bus station, market area is something that we were pushing for before the elections. But an important element of that was the brownfield site regeneration, which was, certainly I was pushing for a much wider footprint, and it's regrettable that that wasn't progressed. In itself, I'm looking at levelling up. We have terrible deficiencies in Pendle, and deficiencies isn't a strong enough word. We have low life expectancy, we have ill health, we have low attainment, and we have low wages. And I struggle to see how the funding that we have got with the successful bid is going to change any of those issues by any significant amount at all. Maybe around the margins, but really not going to make a dent in it. So looking at the recommendation, which is to consider the focus of a round 2 bid, I really do think that we need to be looking at those fundamental issues. I would also add in housing as a further issue that we need to be considering. So it may be looking at social housing, it may be looking at those truly affordable opportunities that there may be. It may be looking at the brownfield sites and seeing how we can bring more of those on board. Refer back to Brookshed at Earby, where incredibly taken out for the local plan, but it's a site, it's a brownfield site that everybody near me is saying, you know, you should build on it. So let's look at those opportunities, but let's incorporate improving people's life expectancy, improving people's health, getting wages from being almost the lowest, average wages from being almost the lowest in the country, and improving educational attainment. And if we don't do any of that, then there is no levelling up, because the quality of life for people may well be improved by, you know, well, there's better entertainment in common, but that really isn't making a difference to the abject horrors that we have, people dying early and living in ill health. So please, round 2, can we address those fundamental issues?
Can we take that on board? Thank you. Okay, so all those in favour? Report, sure, thank you. Item 8 is the budget setting and medium-term financial plan. I think the report absolutely makes it clear the significant financial challenges we face as a council, and the aim is to deliver, and it's a huge challenge, is to deliver a balanced budget through the medium-term financial plan. And in terms of trying to balance the budget, I think it's come to the stage significant changes are required in terms of the way that we operate as an organisation, in terms of transformation. Over the years we've been looking at little things, bits and bats, which has been ongoing for a number of years. I think it's come to the stage now we have to look at the organisation as a whole. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll kick off on this one. So I guess all groups have had a presentation, I'm guessing from CEO, CFO, etc., about where we're up to in life and how little life is left, picking up David's cheerful theme about dying shortly. I think where the budget setting has got to, it's one of those things, over several years, of course, it's always been a sort of 1 year at a time thing. What the presentations obviously try and set out is the fact that looking at basically, it's almost like a 3-year window. This is what we've got to do, these are the targets set. Dean set them in his old presentations where he said how much money we had to save. Over 3 million, out of the council's 15 million, an extra $1.5 million if you count the reserves being used up anyway. Then there's some big targets in there, and that's what we've been working on. That's obviously what the budget working group is looking at, and that's obviously what this paper starts to do as well. This is focused mainly on the fees and charges side of it. Richard and Graham have gone through this list. There's a whole load of other things we've been bouncing backwards and forwards, and the team has been investigating lots of different options and things which we hope to bring forward to either budget working group or this forum or full council or everywhere. I think in terms of the 2 areas, obviously we've got a set of charges in the Appendix A, and I think there's broad support for doing essentially all of those. Couple to pick out, number 11, that's got a full review for 23-24, having been brought in 2018. I'm just wondering if we could possibly do that a little more frequently, perhaps. We'll bring that one forward. Is there any reason why we're postponing that one? Timing.
It's a full consultation process.
Sorry, which number?
11.
Yeah.
So could we bring that on partly through next year then, perhaps? Yeah? And the same is true of numbers 16 and 17, again, where I'm guessing it's the same sort of answer there, where there's a decent amount of charges there, nearly 100,000 in total, but again, that's looking for 23, 24. So I just wonder if those couples can either be done annually, again, like the rest of them are, or whether that's a consultation for you again.
We can check, I believe they agree to the biannual review. I think it's really good we can certainly check.
Right, okay. I mean, perhaps we could agree to change it to manual review, yeah. In terms of the ones you've got in the other appendix, the ones that have got all the detail sheets, these are the ones that you've obviously seen every single year since time immemorial. So they're all reflected in this appendix A. But if you look at paragraph 19, I think where we've got to in terms of certainly our group's thought process is that the perennial favourites of A and B will probably park those for this meeting just to see what happens and see what things develop. I think there's some definite good reasons financially, good reasons environmentally to start bringing those forward. And again, sooner rather than later, but we'll just park those, I think, on our side. Cemetery fees, always a very hot topic, that one. I think the easy one on the cemeteries is the one about the non-resident premium, which I think we discussed in the last budget, and Iqbal, you had several ideas about how it could be made to work and how you improve things and challenge things, etc. And again, looking how we fit as a borough compared to other boroughs in Lancashire, we're sort of behind the curve on that one. So I think charging an extra premium, 50%, I don't know, whatever the market rate is, for non-residents, I think is a definite starter. I think on D, there's two options there on the garden waste. Do we jump straight to £40 or do we nibble it up a couple of pounds a year for the next couple of years or so? Certainly the easy one is to do the two-stage increase. You're not going to have people dropping out then perhaps if you drop it up suddenly. I think everyone who uses it, or certainly we do, we find a great deal of value from it. And E and F, I think they're easy to agree. They've been volunteered by David Walker's team. So I think that's where we are with those. Obviously, as I say, there's a lot of work going on the costs. See what sort of savings we've got there. We've got the three big ones as well, of course, of Liberator, Pendle Leisure Trust and the Environmental Services. So there's additional work going on with those, looking at contracts, getting a bit of legal advice, etc., seeing where we stand and what options we've got for transforming those. One thing I'd like to ask is just to put a bit of flesh on the bones of Part B, which is the transformation, 250,000 from reallocating our reserves. Could you just give us a bit more of a breakdown of what Power 16 means in terms of the nature of the programme, you know, what it is you do, what somebody else will do, how the various directorate heads will work, etc., and how that sort of rolls out?
Through you, Chair, I'll take that one. The investment of 250k is proposing a one-off investment using reserves on a spend to save model. And I think what's happened to date with the council is that we've experienced cuts over a number of years without much redesign in terms of how the business is run and how the work is done. And we're at a situation now where we need to do something much more fundamental and much more corporate. And at the minute, because our people are very, very stretched because of the cuts, they don't have the capacity to do that redesign as well as delivering day-to-day business as usual services. So this is about creating that extra capacity to do that analysis, manage the programme, understand how business processes work now, understand how they work in the future, and manage the change, engaging with customers at the same time, and bringing in technology and looking at business cases on a case-by-case business and bringing those forward, those which need to come forward to here and to full council. So there's actually quite a lot of work to do. But this work is designed to save money, so it's an investment that you would make using that one-off expenditure in terms of reserves, putting them to good work, but then generating recurring savings stroke income on a year-by-year basis after that. So the idea is that there would be a return on investment and a payback period. And it's about spend to save in
Are you feeling, from your experience, quite confident that there would be that payback, that we would generate $250,000 or more of savings?
Again, through you, Chair, yes, I think if we do this properly and resource it properly and manage it properly, we can do this. It's a lot of work, and it will require a lot of programme management, good governance arrangements, frequent reporting to yourselves on how we're doing in terms of delivery of the programme and what's happening with the savings and the investment and how that all interlinks. So there's a lot of work to do, and that's why we need to resource it. If we don't resource it properly, I'm not confident at all. If we plan it properly and resource it properly, I am confident we can make improvements. And if we redesign how we work around the customer, it will also help improve things for our customers as well, because people's habits change, needs change, people use these a lot. It's how we move people onto these even more, so that we can provide that wraparound support to those in our community who really need that, and really have a much more sophisticated, nuanced approach to delivering services to our customers in that holistic way. But it isn't easy, and that's why we're asking for this investment.
Can I ask a question in terms of, it's difficult to say, in terms of the timescales, is 250,000. In terms of delivering the transformation, it might be a staged process, we don't know yet, but what sort of rough timescales would we be looking at?
I think we're looking at, in terms of the overall transformation programme, we're looking at a 3-year programme here. It takes time to deliver this kind of change. There needs to be upfront work, and that's why we're asking for that programme director role for the initial period of 9 months, to do that initial planning, get the programme up and running, get it going, start some of that analysis around how we run things now. We've got a lot of work to do in terms of understanding current costs, current pictures, the way we're actually delivering things operationally now, and looking at how we can do things differently. So there is a lot of work that has to go into this at the front before you get into delivering savings. We will be profiling the programme, if you agree that we can go forward with this, and we'll profile the programme where we can actually try to identify some areas where we can get some quick wins and have that combination of quick wins, and then some of the work that will take longer to deliver but provide larger wins. And I think that's why the officers recommended a suite of savings to you this evening, and I know some of them you're recommending potentially not to go down the road of, but those are the easier savings to achieve. The other savings will be more difficult, and that's where the work will be even more critical, because that analysis is absolutely vital to understand how we shift from one position to another and redesign and manage that change.
Thank you. Speakers? Yeah, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I start with that last issue first? Recently, several of us around the table interviewed myself, including Richard, and in the sense we've invested in you, I'm not saying new brooms, we're very happy with the old brooms, sorry Philip, but don't take that as an insult. So, as a council, we've invested in you guys coming along and applying your expertise and your experience from elsewhere. So, I mean, my group's had a bit of a discussion about this, and the fundamental issue is, well, you know, we've set you guys on. Why do we now need to spend £250,000 employing or bringing in consultants, you know, to do what we might expect you people to be doing? So I'm sorry if I'm getting a bit, you know, close to the bone there, but our group has some hesitancy about you know, sort of doing. I'm not that we're against, you know, a programme of transformation, and certainly we didn't implement a restructuring. Well, 12 months or a bit more ago, because of COVID, but because we thought that the opportunity was in the future, and it wasn't something that we wanted to do at that particular time. But that restructuring, which is, you know, sort of in a sense that transformation programme that you're talking about, is something that I think has been in all councillors' minds, certainly for some time. So I think there needs to be a level of understanding and justification as to you know, why there has to be additional resources put into this, especially at a time when, as a council, councillors have wanted to keep services going, and this funding could impact on the ability for people to do that. I want to move backwards now, Chairman. I'm not clear what David Corbyn Price has moved. There weren't any more fruit and vegetables in here, but you know, he went through a list and he said, well, we're going to park this, some things were easy to agree, and so on and so on and so forth, but there isn't any solid proposal on the table that I can see. Certainly some of the things our group are not in favour of. Well, if we can come back to that, Chair, because I've got just a general comment really, and this is something that's missing from the recommendations really, and missing from the thought processes, it appears, and that's to do with resources. Here we are, we're talking about a budget, we're talking about, you know, we've got a red line around a lump of money, and we're talking about how we make best use of that money and how we make ends meet and how we balance the budget. But there's no reference in here, and there's no reference in the discussion, to actually increasing the size of that pot. We've suffered something like 70% reductions in government funding over the last 10 years. And fundamentally, every time we save £1 million, the government take another £1 million away, and we just end up in the same place. So what I'd like to see is adding to the resolution, you know, some lobbying of our MP, who's a government minister, lobbying government to actually increase the resources that are coming into Pendle, because it's not that, you know, there's massive savings need to be made, it's that we don't get the level of resources to fund the services that people in Pendle deserve and in fact need. And if we're talking about levelling up, it's fundamental issues of proper resourcing local councils such as Pendle, so that firstly the services that residents need are being provided, and secondly they're not being milked for ever more council tax in order to see a dwindling set of services provided to them. So I'd like to move that we add to whatever resolution there may be a further point, which is to have an urgent and strong lobbying of Andrew Stevenson and government ministers to get the resources that people in Pendle deserve.
Any speakers? Yeah, Councillor.
I think it'd be helpful if David or yourself could just clarify which savings cost.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah,
I think it'd be helpful, and then I want to speak.
So, paragraph 19. There is some fruit mentioned in it, you'll be pleased to know. Garden waste. A and B are parked. C, the standard charges are parked, but we're looking into what a non-resident premium will be and how many people that involves, and therefore what the potential income is going to be. We don't have a number on that. D is the two-stage increase. E, yes. F, yes. And I think there's a little missed one over the page in paragraph 32 is an extra bit on the verge maintenance as well. So let's lob in the verge maintenance as well. So just to reiterate, D, two-stage approach, E, F, plus the verges, plus the non-resident cemetery fee increase. And then also we've got the rest of Appendix A, excluding those items, because they're also included within Appendix A, those ones. So you see Appendix A, the big A3 sheet, is a huge long list of all the bits and bobs here and there, so they're looking through all the things we charge for.
So you're saying all of those?
All of those, yes. Apart from where they're already referred to as A, B, C, D, because they're in the list as well.
Yeah, Councillor.
Chairman, if I address the second point that Rose spoke about, the 250,000, my group's view is that in principle we agree with what management are proposing, but I think what would be helpful is that once officers have identified the investor safe plan, that it's shared with, whether it's shared with this committee or council, like, it doesn't really matter, but if it's preferably shared with this committee before final approval is given, then at least we can go as group leaders and senior councillors back to our groups and ultimately the people out there. Because if on the one hand, say, and I'll just use an example, that if we're saying we're going to increase garden waste collections, if I was a resident, I'd say, well, hold on a minute, why should I have to pay that extra £2-3 if you're suddenly giving your management another £250,000? So there needs to be that sell from us as a council. I think that has to be cross-party rather than it being a political issue. So there's something that needs to come back here. I think this is the best place for it to come back to, for us as an agreement. And then in terms of the charges that David's outlined, I mean, in terms of the cemetery cost, I think rather than officers going away and doing the work, we just impose a flat rate figure, whether it's 50% or 100%. I'm not too fussed, because if Pendle residents are subsidising people outside of this borough, then that needs to stop. Not sorry, stop isn't the wrong word. Stop isn't the right word, but they need to pay the fair share, because cemetery space is at a premium anyway. We had a report 6 months ago, so I'm just looking for some guidance from the financial colleagues.
Do you remember what the figure was when we had it previous? I think we've had it before.
50%.
How much?
50%.
So we went with the 50% again.
Yeah, I'm just looking for some indication from both Richard and Graham whether, because rather than sending it back to officers, I think if that's something that can be agreed at full council in 2 weeks, then it could be agreed and officers could just work towards that and put an indicative figure in.
We'll just agree a figure.
50%.
50%.
I'm just looking at...
So that we've spoken, the service has spoken to a number of authorities. Some charge on different elements, some charge at different levels, 50% to 100%. And there's also different qualifying criteria about how long you've lived in the borough. And it's that we wanted to work through. We also want to just make sure that when you increase that fee, does everybody go away? So they, they don't come unless they live in, and then actually you end up with less income. So we just want to check that point as well. Obviously that then has a benefit in terms of burial spaces.
I think in terms of the work rate, there doesn't need to be a significant amount of work. We can just look at other authorities, what other authorities in the area do. So whether that be Blackburn, Rosendale, Bradford, Newcastle, other authorities already implemented. So it's not, doesn't need to invest a load of time from yourself, for example. But in terms of people going away, I mean, my belief is over a number of years that our cemetery services have provided an exceptional service. So if people from, and I've dealt with Muslim burials, Faraz has, and other colleagues have, that you have people that say live in Newcastle, they want to be buried in Pendle because they've got family members here and they know what a good cemetery service they get. But if it's the other way, and I've dealt with somebody that's been buried in Newcastle, they had to pay 50% premium. So that's why I suggested 50%, and if colleagues are happy with that, I think rather than going away and doing that a significant amount of work, I think 50% across the board in terms of the things that we provide for a non-resident, and how other councils implement that. You can very easily deal with the 3-year residency rule or whatever. But Chairman, in terms of the other charges that are proposed to be increased, I mean obviously it's going to full council, my group will formulate a position there, but for the purposes of this meeting my group won't be supporting that tonight.
None of them.
Because you're putting them as a package, aren't you?
Apart from, the ones that Councillor David Corbyn-Price mentioned. The list.
The list.
Replacement bins, etc. Bulk.
Yeah, so he's presented the list onto the menu. That's what we're going to vote on the menu, aren't we?
Well, that apart from these, everything else is approved. Councillor Wick.
Yeah, Chairman, my understanding is that the fees and the existing fees and charges is something that is determined by this committee. It's the introduction of additional charges that would go to the full council. And I would argue against some of the quite swinging increases that are being proposed here. But could I just ask, I'll put a proposition in earlier on in terms of lobbying for additional resources, and I wonder if there is a seconder for that.
For what it's worth, I'll second it, but I think Councillor Wick knows the input over the last 10 years in terms of what extra resources we've got. But happy to second it, you never know, miracles come out.
Chairman, can we dispose of that and then we can look at the...
Yeah. That's fine. So all those who want to see that as an additional resolution, no harm in writing.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can I...
I've already tried. I've done it.
Well,
do it again.
Use all right,
That's done with.
Obviously, it's not borne very great fruit, but there's no harm in trying. Can I refer, Chairman, to quite a lot of 10% increases, and the ones that I am concerned about are the sports increases, 10% increases on use of junior and senior football pitches, and they have been we haven't increased those over a number of years in an effort to support those clubs. Now, I'm aware that elsewhere in the council, there's support for grounds route. I can't say it. There's support for the ground level, grassroots, that's the one. Grassroots clubs, and here we are, sort of jacking the fees up by 10%. So I would move that we don't agree that one. It's line 28.
If I can try and be diplomatic and say, would you agree a lesser figure than 10%?
Well, I'm suggesting, we consistently, as a council, we haven't put these up in 7 years, and that's been deliberate. So, I think we should be consistent. That's where I'm moving, but we do not agree with 10%.
Would you?
My feeling is, wouldn't it be lovely if we could offer that level of largesse? but I really don't think that we can. And I think the critical thing here is fees remain lower than other nearby facilities. It's, you know, we haven't put them up for all of these years. We don't have, yes. Everything else in life, I'm afraid, is going up. And the sense, if we don't put it up, it's really a cut. So, although you know, Karen works for a youth charity, I founded one, it is something that we all have to bear, and this council cannot afford largesse like that.
Well,
Okay, so, yeah, you're sticking with the 10%? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second Councillor Whip.
Okay. So we've got the amendment will take first. Councillor David Wicks moved the amendment of no increase. So all those in favour of that? All those against?
Okay.
That's defeated. So
Chairman, can I move a further amendment? And this is in relation to they're called efficiency savings, but they're actually cuts, and these are to the mechanical street sweeping and the manual street sweeping. The cut for the manual sweepers is a reduction of 5 of the small machines down to 4, and a consequent reduction in the frequency of sweeping that's carried out. And in terms of the manual sweeping, it means that there's a rationalisation, but a reduction in the level of manual sweeping that's carried out affecting Barrowford and Combe. And in both cases, it means that one of the main priorities of Pendle Council, which is the street scene and maintaining as clean streets as we possibly can, is being eroded. So I would move that we do not agree to those 2 changes. Councillor David Corbyn-Price said that these were easy to agree. Well, I disagree, and I move that we don't accept them.
I think they're easy to agree because they've been put together by environmental services people, and I refer you to paragraphs 30 and 31. 31 says, officers are confident this will not have a negative impact on the local environmental cleanliness of the area. So if you want to ignore that recommendation, go back and debate it, but I accept the officer's recommendation and go for it. If Councillor Whip wants to find £49,000 and saving somewhere else, I'd be most happy to listen.
Chairman, I've been finding £49,000 and put several zeros on the end of that for the last decade and more. And I'm sure that I can find £49,000 to keep our street sweeping in good order and maintain a level of service that people in Pendle expect. We're paying more and more council tax every year. Fundamental basic services on the doorstep, they expect to continue, not be cut.
Don?
To cut these services would be an absolute disaster. I live in a terraced house in Colin, obviously with a back street. The street I live on, most of the people that live on my street own their own houses. The street that backs onto us, Duke Street, is rented. And you can clearly see the difference. We bring our bins in on time, we put them out on time, we never leave them out, we don't dump rubbish on the back street. The opposite side, and other streets, not just that, will chuck everything. Mattresses, toys, overflowing bins, stuff in the wrong bins. And my street is a long street, and I can look up and on a Monday, well, it's a Friday actually, all that week and look at all the rubbish and on other streets, look at my side, it's fine. Very, very, very rarely is anything dumped or left out. And come Monday, when the street cleaner has been round, the whole lot is pristine. It's just stunning, absolutely stunning. Now, if we didn't have that service in Colne or any other street in Pendle, I just dread to think what it would be like, because as it is now, a street can be like that for a good few days and then it's clear. That would be permanently like that. What are we thinking about?
Sarah?
I think I can help. I think the idea, Dot, is that they would focus on those areas where there is a problem right now, and the team here know where those areas are, and at the moment there is time spent on places where perhaps really there isn't anything very much to do apart from leaves in the autumn, and they will now focus, using their knowledge, on the areas where the problems are.
There'll be hundreds of those areas, not just my street or another street further on or a couple more streets in Colne. In Pendle, there'll be hundreds of those areas. My street isn't unique to that kind of behaviour and the state that it's in. Thank you, Sarah.
Just to follow up on the comments from Councillor Sarah Coleman-Price there, to say that, you know, they'll be leaving the areas where there's only leaves to sweep up in the autumn. You really are saying to people who would pay the greatest level of council tax, well, we're going to ignore your areas. Now, I don't know whether it's coincidental, but in the area of Coates, which I represent and live in, we haven't seen the street sweeper for, I would say, 3 weeks now. It's certainly been missed. We've got leaves piling up. We've got grates that are covered so that when it rains, or if it rains, the drains will get blocked. And I just don't think it's acceptable to say that those areas will be neglected. And it is fundamentally unfair that, you know, places going to be left and you're going to you know, sort of cut the machines and you won't have the service. So I move that we don't accept those cuts.
Councillor Coleman-Price, and then we'll move on.
One final. I just wonder if Council is paying attention to the presentation that was given about Section 114 notice and all the running out of reserves and all the need to do that kind of thing.
Well,
there may be 49,000 million pounds of savings identified over several years, but unfortunately, budget working groups and budgets of previous years didn't really put them into play, did they?
Well,
that's the problem.
Chairman, I have consistently proposed a higher level of savings than the Conservative group have proposed in recent years. And if you're talking about Section 114, it's people like myself that have been banging on about that. And it's you and your Conservative colleagues, Chairman, who have been blatantly ignoring it and going on spending sprees. So I'm not having Councillor David Coleman-Price preaching at me as if I'm some sort of idiot. Come on. Anyway, I move we do not accept those reductions in street sweeping.
Has that been seconded?
I'll second that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take the Councillor Whip's amendment there. All those in favour of Councillor Whip's amendment? Okay. Against?
Very finished.
Well, I could go on Chairman, but
I'm not accepting.
I can see that I'm not getting anywhere, so I think we'll be moving it to another place.
Can I just check in terms of, so item 24, bulky household waste collections, so the proposal there is to have the steps charging mechanism. Is that one of the things that's...
Which one, sorry?
24, bulky household waste.
Bulky household waste.
All right, sorry. And then in terms of 26 cemeteries, is that one that's been parked as well?
Yeah, not doing that.
Yes.
You don't listen to a word that Councillor Coleman Price has been saying.
5 to 11, Chairman.
That's correct. I didn't get to what down any numbers and cross-referencing the two documents.
Okay.
Okay. So are we moving back to the main thing now, what's been moved by Councillor Coleman Price? We vote on that. The rest of the items. Yeah? Is everyone clear? So we're moving now all of them except for A, B, C, part A in terms of the non-resident. D will be moved to increase to £2 and E and F, which we've dealt with. So we're moving that on what?
And the other one's in Appendix A.
Yes.
The other small ones.
Yeah, to be clear, the ones in Appendix A, it's your decision, those that listed just gone through, their recommendations to council.
You need to have 2 votes then, don't you? So you need to have a vote on Appendix A on itself.
No, you just have one vote. What's disposed of here is dealt with and the rest of it goes to the council. That's all those in favour? Against? Against everything, very good. Okay, the 250 is approved, but the report's going to come back.
I think we're recommending to council to approve it in principle, and then you'll bring a report back in terms of the details.
Again, it's a recommendation.
Okay. Item 9, Treasury Management.
For information.
Yeah.
Moving on to it.
Can I just ask one question? Sorry. Are our public works loan board loans at fixed rates? Are all those percentages in the appendix fixed?
Yes.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Item 10, corporate peer review. Last did a peer review in 2015, and we should be doing this every 5 years. Good time to do it. We've got a new chief exec, so move the recommendation.
Do it in January.
Sorry?
Do it in January.
Yeah. Councillor.
One suggestion there. Did we have a choice of peer? Or do we have a portfolio of peers we could choose to come and visit? And if so, could we choose someone that potentially faces some of the challenges that we have and has emerged? Could be somebody from Slough or Northampton or something like that.
No, you don't want somebody from Slough taking
No.
Well,
I'm doing some work there, you definitely don't want somebody from Slough.
that's the lone voice from Slough that didn't want to invest in all this really.
So what's
Do you
the...
choose?
Chairman, I'm doing a peer review. I'm doing a peer review this week. You pick the people according to your needs. I'm doing a development control one, so you set out what you want from it, and then they will allocate peers skills accordingly.
So we identify some of the needs we've got, and then we can then get somebody who fits and adds value.
Okay. Item 11, updated risk management strategy. Move the report. Seconder. Okay. All those in favour?
Go to council.
Yeah. Okay.
Chairman, I'm aware that it's getting close to 11 o'clock. Could I request that you bring item 20B forward in view of the urgent nature of that issue? Come to 11 o'clock, Chairman, the meeting may not continue.
You can vote to continue.
Yeah, we'll vote to continue. Yeah, we have to get through the agenda.
He's off work tonight.
Sorry?
He's off work tonight.
No, I'm not at work, but people should get on with things earlier on.
It's you talk to.
Yeah, no, I don't. Jesus. Get straight to the point. Item 11, so we have moved it.
Right. Well, we're on 12 now. Come on, sir.
That's fine. Item 12, Strategic Monitoring Report. Councillor Coleman-Price.
Yes, one of these, on Appendix A2, sort of follows on from item 11 we just had, and all the scoring things. We had a look at this at the Accounts and Audit Committee, and it was tabled there, and we went through some of these, and I have to say, I think that the comment I made at the time was that some of the scoring is particularly pessimistic, nay, apocalyptic in certain ways. I particularly like down at the bottom, national crisis affecting delivery. And this is almost like a new one. You know, it's almost imminent. I think we've already got through that, or most of it anyway. I think other ones like, just a couple up from the bottom, the GDPR one, to say that it's an incredibly strong likelihood is again, well, surely our GDPR rules have got us on the grounds of being quite safe with not much risk there.
Are we on item 12, Chairman?
Yes, item 12, second, page 23 at the back, appendix A2. So yeah, there's a few scorings in there which I feel are a little bit, negative. I mean, if they don't lead anywhere, you could say, what's the point? But if they do lead somewhere, then a question of prioritising them means that some of those are still far too pessimistic.
There is a regular review of these, so we'll take on board your comments.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Sarah?
Bottom of page 15 and top of page 16, I am concerned, given all the talk that we had before about people wanting to save our green fields, that we no longer have the resource to focus on our empty properties. And I was concerned to read we expect a performance significantly below target within the red threshold. And I just wondered what could be done, because to me anyway, it's a big priority. We've had a load of success over the last, predating me as a councillor, with getting empty homes occupied again. And I think it should remain the focus of this council.
Are you looking for an answer?
I'm just looking for people to agree with me. I know if somebody said yes.
I think as it says in the comments that officers have been employed on COVID-19, hopefully that's going to diminish, and that therefore will be up capacity to get back to being with empty homes in the not too distant future.
Oh, there is hope. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Move on. Nelson Town Deal Pendle Yes Public Project. This was discussed at the Nelson Town Deal. So I will move the recommendations.
Second that.
Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Three parties done. Colin, item 15.
Chairman, I would propose that we do seek a third opinion on the trees at Klondike. This issue was first brought to committee knocking on a year ago now as a supposed emergency felling order of TPO trees, and here we are almost a year later, and wow, there hasn't been any big problems. The trees in question, I won't rehearse all the arguments we've had previously, are in as good a health as any other ash trees, and certainly in better health than other ash trees on Earby Road at Saltford. And earlier on, Councillor Sarah Coburn-Price said, well, I've never been there. And no, she's never been there, she's never seen the trees. And yet she holds very firm opinion about how dangerous they are and how they need to come down. At the calling meeting, I asked about the qualifications of the people who had expressed opinions on these trees, and the previous tree officer employed by Pendle Council, his level was equivalent to the first year of a bachelor's degree. And the report commissioned by Salterford Parish Council, the person who's put his name to that is a fellow of the Arborist Society and until very recently chaired the European Committee of Arborists. Highly qualified, highly competent and prepared to say that those trees have about another 20 years life. Now, I think given the qualifications and given the competency of that advice, you should at least take another opinion. The other issue, Chairman, there's a double issue really, is that we have already seen so many trees taken out of that immediate area for reasons unbeknown to ourselves, but removed without prior approval on the opposite side of the road, on the other part of the field in which these form a boundary. And there has to be big question marks about what is motivating the removal of all these trees. Could it be there is an ulterior motive? I won't speculate any further than that. And the last bit of it is to do with ownership. When you look at a plan of the adopted highway, the adopted highway along Ely Road, Salford, goes from fence line to fence line. It's tinted in green on the map zone, all that sort of stuff. Except for this small stretch where these trees are, when instead of it being to the fence line, it's shown as being to the carriageway edge. So we have this very strange situation where the trees in question are deemed to be on Pendle Council land, when for all of the rest of that mile and a bit of road, the trees are in the highway because the highway extends from fence to fence. So it is really curious that we have those trees in Pendle Council ownership when all the rest of them are on the highway. So, Chairman, it just seems to villagers that there's something really fishy happening here, and it's about time that we as councillors said, well, hang on, we won't go along with this any further. And I hope that you would agree to getting a third opinion on these trees and not just ploughing on with this insensitive and unneeded felling of trees that have got decades of life in front of them. They are less dangerous than other trees in the vicinity suffering from ash dieback. Too late to go and have a site visit now because all the leaves are off. But if you look at the other trees and the limbs that are over the highway, you wonder, well, why are we dealing with these ones and those up the road are so much worse? I move that we have a third opinion and we take no further action for the time being.
Yeah, it's gone past 11 o'clock, so we have to continue to take a vote on that. People continue. All those in favour of
Chairman, you've got to consider this item of business.
Well, just very briefly, I think Neil will agree with me that Pendle Council already has had 2 lots of experts looking at these trees. The first was our tree officer, and the second was Pendle Council consultants that work for us. So in a sense, there already has been a vote. There have been 3 lots of experts, 1 lot of expert, one from Salterford has said no, by spending money every single year and watching them relentlessly, these dying trees could be managed toward their ultimate death. And two lots of experts say actually they present such a risk with the sudden limb loss so close to the highway that we must be responsible. We can't be responsible for all the trees in Pendle, but we must be responsible for these trees because if they hurt someone, it would be absolutely shocking. So in that sense, we have had two lots of experts, and we know that there are spare trees, and we should focus on planting those new trees in that location where we can, if it's our land. So I move that we have these trees felled as per the report.
Is there a second? Councillor, do you have a second?
He does.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Wick's motion that we we'll take the amendment first, sorry. Yeah, we'll take Sarah's amendment first. So, all those in favour of Sarah's amendment, please show. Those against? So, the amendment is carried. Okay. So, it's 10 past 11.
15
continue? Yes?
You have to give a
All those
time
in favour?
indication.
No.
Do you not?
Okay. Happy to continue, everyone? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Not happy, but yeah. We continue.
Very happy.
Yeah, okay. Next item, annual emission report.
Noted.
Noted, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favour? Thank you.
I think this emissions report, though, shows the validity of what we did last time.
Indeed.
The increased fuel,
Yeah.
and the fact that we've now got more ecologically sound fuel trial shows that we are at least making a great effort towards lowering our annual emissions.
Well said. Thank you. All those in favour? That's fine. Thank you. Next item is 2B Keithley Road Clone, item 17. We've had a number of offers for this particular site. There's 4 offers. Sarah?
I'd like to hear more from Neil on this point.
In terms of the offers, you mean?
Yes.
In terms of, I know there's a price to them, but exactly what do you want from the council?
Well, it strikes me as odd, frankly. You know, we've got these different offers, and most of them were late. All but 3 of them were after the deadline, which I'm surprised that doesn't rule it out.
I wasn't involved, so I can't comment on that.
Normally, wouldn't it, or not?
Normally it would.
Just don't open it. That's it.
Normally it would.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, if I was trying to buy one of your houses and you said I had to buy it by midday, and I pitched up at 2 p.m, too late now.
Depends what you're offering, Sarah.
Oh!
All the later ones are lower then.
Yeah. So Councillor Sarah speaking, so finish and then.
So do we have more detail on the people behind them, or would that not be appropriate to discuss at this meeting?
I'm not passing the book out. I've been asked to look at the planning issues. The planning issues are fine with any of them, but sorry, I don't know about the
I think you have to take a decision based on
what is written there and nothing else. Okay.
Councillor Wick?
Chairman, just on the late offers, I think the Pendle Council has been bitten on the backside previously because we haven't taken late offers into account, and despite the fact that it isn't very desirable, nevertheless, legally, we are obliged to do that.
Yeah, we've got the late offer, which is a lower offer, which is being put forward. Saying, yeah, but it's the lowest one, 30,000, that's being saying that's the best offer. Am I right? Have I read it wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was asked a question, is it?
Yeah.
So, offer number 4, they've already put a planning permission application in for the vacant yard and thing beside them. So this basically sandwiches the old nightclub between South Tower building and the new site. So we looked at it at the Town Council, looked okay, a bit strange, but funny thing about putting bins outside the doors on the pavement, a bit weird. There was no retail outlet on the ground floor though, just as a point of fact. But obviously that's the lowest offer. It seems quite robust because obviously they've got the application in next door. Can they really hold other people to ransom and say, you're not going to use our areas, full stop? So if we went for number 2, for example, the highest bid, the one that was in on time, the one that promoting nightlife, etc., and people can get the youth back, etc., strut their funky stuff, etc., then could they stop option 2 from doing the work?
You can stop people using your land, clearly, but you can't stop people doing work because you can use the Party Wall Act and things of that order. So you can obviously stop people using land that you own, but not from accessing properties from land because there are legal ways of dealing with that.
Okay. Given option 4 is the lowest, can we go back and say, give us 65 grand and it's yours?
That's not how it works.
Whether
you get it or not, a different thing.
You can go back to all 4 and ask for full and final offers and delegate it to the chief executive with yourself.
Yeah, what I don't feel comfortable with is we've had late offers, and offer 4 is 30 grand, which is a lot less than the offer that was on in town. And to the general public, someone looks at it, or the person who put the offer in, if that comes out, they don't think, what's going on here? There might be other reasons for it, I accept that, but it just doesn't look right.
Can I just suggest then that this is in the public domain now anyway, all 4 people will know what the prices are. So I think if we authorise the chief executive in consultation with yourself to go back to all 4, ask for full and final offers with full and final offers within, 2 weeks, then Rose can just make a decision. Because all 4 will know now what's on the table, and if the 30 grand wants to up to 65, 70, then I'm sure Rose will take a holistic view.
Are we okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Absolutely.
Chairman, I do feel this is a prominent location within Com, and although you might think, well, getting £30,000 extra is good for the council, in terms of Com, it's much more important that it's the right use of the building and the right development, and given the joiner's shop, having a planning application in now, I think you've got to look at more than the best pounds, shillings and pence. You have to look at Doc's whispering in the ear. It's the gateway. You have to look at what's the best thing for Colin, the street scene, and the residents in that vicinity.
And Rose can take those comments on board, can't she, when she makes a decision?
I'm not quite sure how she qualitatively evaluates that, but I wish her well.
Are people happy for Rose
Yes.
to deal with it, or for it to come back here?
I'm happy for Rose to do it.
Yeah.
Doc?
Just to follow up what David's saying, I've had comments and seen comments on Facebook, and it's really good. That vision when you're coming up Skipton Road, and that's what you see as it is now. It's just awful, So David's absolutely right. It's got to be the right development for the town, and it's got to stand out and shine and not be like it is now.
It needs to look like a rose, that's why Rose needs to do it.
Everything's got to be better than it used to be, that's it.
Creepy past 11 o'clock. You want to know?
Past your bedtime.
Past my bedtime.
Okay, Rose is going to deal with it in consultation with myself. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Next item is item 18. That's the report. I'll move the recommendations.
Happy to second, Chairman. Can I just comment that got an email from Paul Lloyd together with other members to say that he was retiring. And I just wanted to, if possible, for a committee to put on record our appreciation of his dedicated service over the years. And, you know, a loss to the authority and all that.
Noted. Yep, that's how we'll do that. That's fine. Item 19, tenders. Yeah. Item 20, I've got to read for that one. Michael, see you tomorrow.
You may not come back.
I'm still here tomorrow.
I said see you tomorrow.
Good story in the photo.
I'll take it from me. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sharon, can I move the recommendation? I mean, this came before the area committee, and I think it's a little scraggy people out there.
Any second for that?
I'll second that, Chairman.
Thank you. All in favour?
How much is it worth?
Oh, it's not. It's about the size of that, isn't the size of it?
Top two.
Looks at the goal, man.
The last item is item B, drainage on Stoneback Road, Barnoldswick Drive. Councillor Thornhill.
Thanks, Chairman. Yes, this is, we've been working on this for quite some time, but our engineering department are now at the point where they want to carry out some more work and to evaluate and find out exactly what is going on there. Hopefully, find out the cause and effect, or the effect we know, the cause of it, and hopefully try and get some joint working there. This isn't going to solve the overall issue. Hopefully we'll find out what it is. And we've got about 15,000 required to support the engineer's budget, but another 5,000 I think it is to do a little bit of remedial work in the area without taking over responsibility and try and relieve the pressure, if that's the right word, on the community around Wycliffe, particularly in the weather we're getting now. There's a lot of properties there, whether they're social housing or private, whose families are having to walk through running water. So that's the basis of it. We may be able to recover some of this in the future, you never know, in terms of if we do find somebody who will hold their hand up to winning the cause and effect of it. But we'll have to see. But this allows our engineering department to get on with it and identify, hopefully, through using some specialist people as well, what's happening with the runoff down into that area. There is a view that it's all come about by a stopping off of water extraction further up the hills from Yorkshire Water some years ago, and that hasn't helped it. There's the other aspect of the work carried out by the Together group, who seem to be walking away from every aspect of what's occurred, which is a bit odd when probably 20-30% of the residents that are in the Wycliffe area are their tenants. So you would think they would have some responsibility for it. It's been gone through in detail at area committee, and we're looking for in total approximately 20,000 enhancement to the current engineering budget, because they have not got sufficient to do that work.
Can I second the request for a supplementary estimate? The reality, I mean, AV is afflicted by many different flooding mechanisms, and I'm not at this time of going to bore you to death with all those other issues, but this is a new issue that's only come up in very recent times, where people's gardens and the general surroundings of the area are being turned to quagmires because of groundwater And although in part Pendle Council owns some land above here, it's not the surface water that's causing the problem. In fact, an area of Pendle Council land where there's been traditionally been problems of surface water and a really boggy area, that this year is more or less dried up. So there is a feeling that Together Housing's borehole for a ground source heat pump may have affected the strata, the geology, the fact there's a fault there. It really does need to be got to the bottom of, and I would plead with committee to support the supplementary bid so that we could try and come up with some solutions. The solutions may be very expensive, and we wouldn't be expecting Pendle Council to pick up the tab for those necessarily. We'd have to find funding, but without actually investigating what the underlying issue is, we won't even be able to make a start on all of that. So it is quite crucial that we do get on with it. And in the short term, the temporary getting rid of some of the water is essential just to make the area habitable, really. Otherwise, are people's homes going to be continually affected by being in the middle of a bog? They're not Shrek, and they don't want to live in a swamp.
Yeah, thank you. I think normally I would say it's an area committee issue, but I think due to the seriousness of it, I think we do have to get involved as a committee in trying to resolve this and address the problems which the residents are facing on a regular basis. Just a question in terms of funding. Does the area committee, have you got anything left, or is there anything going in from?
There may be a few, Bob, that we can put towards the expenditure towards the drainage budget.
Chairman, I think there isn't enough within the area committee budget in the way that it's divided up between the different wards to touch this anyway.
Okay.
Is this for council staff?
Former, yes. I mean, obviously.
So
yes.
what have we not approached Together Housing for?
Yes.
So what level? I'm just thinking, if this was still ours, it was HRA, the general fund would be paying for this, and the HRA would be paying for it. So I'm just wondering to the extent to which we've explored the liability.
Well, I think without putting too fine a point on it, I mean, might refer to Together Housing, walking away from the problem. I would say that they've run away from the issue. There is a strong suspicion that their activities in sinking a borehole is actually either contributing or causing the problem. But without doing the investigations, we can't establish whether that is in fact the case. So the investigations might point the finger at Together Housing, and then that substantiates a case for Together Housing to take remedial action, which will possibly be quite expensive. I fully appreciate what Richard's saying, but I think if we don't do the investigations, it's just everybody's speculating.
Yeah, there's probably about 20% of the houses there.
1 in 5 still in social.
It's social housing. It was originally housed in Pendle and then Together. They did this work for the bungalows that are on there back in turn of the year. It was around that time. It's always been a bit damp there. There's always been a bit of water coming off the hillside and running underneath and across Bailey Street, in truth. But after they've done that, their contractors had done it. It got exceptionally worse, and it carried across the whole area. So there's that. There is a fault found with the exploration that we've done so far has identified there is a fault, a geological fault. I'll get my teeth back in on in a minute. Across that whole hillside. So, and there was extraction for a long time by Yorkshire Water from up the top end of that area, and they stopped doing that. So some of that, you know, if you stop taking water out of that area, it wouldn't have helped. But they walked away. There's been, I think, 3 meetings now, including with them, and their contractors and themselves both deny any responsibility whatsoever.
Can I move to the vote?
So, yeah.
There we go.
Fantastic. Right, we've got a resolution on the table.
May I just make a point? I was really against this when I just read the report, because I thought it's not our business. But then Mike explained the situation, and it struck me that, yes, we should support these residents, but I think we should now, even before we do the work, write to Yorkshire Water and write to Together Housing as Pendle Council and say they do have a responsibility to share in this investigation, because, you know, changes in water extraction, digging boreholes, and the fact that a fifth of all the people who live there are tenants they are more involved than us officially, but we have the heart to pick up the mantle. I think we should write to them formally on top of the meetings that you have had.
Absolutely.
We can write to him, but allocate the money as well at the same time.
Yeah.
We'll allocate the money.
We need to get
money. Let's write to him as well. And see if that works. Yeah. All those in favour? Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
You need to sign this.
Chair?
I'm not ready. So then, yeah. Sorry.
No, easy.
Oh, that's something. Thank you, everyone.
Start with it.